Hello everyone and welcome back to game week 1 of the PTC Therapeutics Championship here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre. Back for Sunday's round of fixtures. Up first we have a great game between Muscle Warriors and Middlesbrough. Great day yesterday for Muscle Warriors, taking 6 points from their opening 2 games to really state their intent for the upcoming season. It was an opening 2-0 win over Leeds Dynamos to Rickenshaw Strikes before a 5-1 victory over AFC Bournemouth Warriors. They'll be looking for more points in their pursuit of either automatic promotion, if not that very much coveted championship crown. Middlesbrough were the first game up yesterday on Court B, and they faced local rivals Teesside Steel, and that was a very closely matched affair. It took a penalty and resulting a red card and resulting penalty kick to separate them. 1-0 that finished before a stalemate with Norwich City. So about to get underway here. Almost hard to call. Middlesbrough, prior to the start this weekend, would have very much hoped for as many points as possible. They have strong title aspirations, having fared so brilliantly last season. We'll go through the squad lineups as this ball goes out of play. Just for all those unaware, Middlesbrough look like they're adorning a nice yellow kit. Their current goalkeeper James Found in a very similar kind of lime green. Muscle Warriors wearing kind of a dark maroon with their goalkeeper in orange. So as our referee just blows for a 2-on-1, let's go through the team lineups quickly, starting with Muscle Warriors. In goal they have number 7 Jacob Vickers, just in front they have number 23 Rickenshaw, their wingers Reece Mallet and Shay Murray. Reece Mallet scoring an impressive hat-trick against AFC Bournemouth Warriors yesterday. Will want to add to his tally. Goals also for Shay Murray and Rickenshaw. So well underway in the scoring charts as Rickenshaw tries to get his distribution going early on and did well to draw a number of Borough players into that diagonal pass out to his winger Mallet. So indirect free kick before I go through the starting 4 and squad of Middlesbrough. Into Rickenshaw, into Shay Murray, has an attempt at goal blocked by the back wheel of James Found, out of play. So Middlesbrough, as they did yesterday, have James Found in goal. They're altering their kind of tactical approach for today's fixture against Muscle Warriors. Kath McNichol occupying that central role. We know her to do so brilliantly. She did it for a large percentage of the games last season. I don't think they were at their full best in their games against Teesside and Norwich yesterday. They chopped and changed a lot, certainly with regards to that central position, utilising both Carl Forster and Umar Hanif. So she's the central player. Umar Hanif and Sam Mackay, the wingers. Hanif into the box. Jacob Vickers just controls it and cushions it into the side of Rees Mallett's chair. Flick from Captain McNichol over to Umar Hanif on the left. Back across the box to Sam McKee. Not before our referee, Mika Walston, blows for contact as Umar just swipes into that ball. He caught a Muscle Warriors chair, and a contact foul will resume play. It goes all the way down the court. A nice assured free kick from Jacob Vickers to relieve pressure on his defence. Murray into Mallet. Nice cushion pass to Rikin Shah, who controls it in reverse but is swarmed by both Umar Hanif and James Found. Mallet with possession on the edge of the Middlesbrough box. He's patient. Kath McNichol brilliantly advanced onto that ball to limit the space for Mallet to get a real pass into the box. Nice 50-50 exchange between Rikin Shah and Umar Hanif. Goes the way of the latter, who's won a contact foul. So Kath McNichol will take. Sam Mackay is on the right-hand wing, presenting a good option. Was fairly isolated in their games yesterday. A very talented young player, arguably one of the brightest coming through the ranks, certainly in the Championship, if not the National League as a whole. So excited to see what he can do this season. Options on the bench for both sides here today. Muscle Warriors have Mitchell Goslin and Dylan Palmer at their disposal. 3 substitutes for Middlesbrough: Carl Forster, Philip Dawes and Ellie Renters. A lot of contact in this game so far. Once again, Umar Hanif, one of the players involved, this time with Shane Murray. Play allowed to continue by our Finnish referee. Kath McNichol just trying to bully her way down into that right-hand wing. Sam Mackay does brilliantly to vacate the space to allow the captain of Middlesbrough to operate without fear of that 2-on-1. And just as I say that, Umar Hanif came across to limit the advances of Jacob Vickers, and in that exchange was too close, within 3 metres of his captain. Apologies, he is the captain of Kath McNichol. So play continues. Live on Court A, that's streamed across the WFA specific YouTube channel. I think Greenbank are currently now 2-0 up against Nottingham Forest. For anyone wanting to watch that, you're live with me, Ryan Sipple, across the WFA Matchday Live. Again, more contact. It's becoming a reoccurring theme of the game. The referee will have to warn the players, as he's doing so right now with Kath McNichol. Surely, if it was to continue in this fashion, our referee would be forced to award yellow or red cards. He's going to resume play with a set ball. I think it was very much a 50-50 collision. It's good officiating from our referee. McNichol into Hanif, just interchangeable, which I like about Middlesbrough, certainly with regards to their wing play. Sam Mackay now on the left, Umar Hanif on the right. Whether they at this reset in play switch back to their original wings, we will see. They opt to stay where they are. Blocked by Shea Murray, couldn't get the contact on the spin kick, and it rolls out for a Middlesbrough ball. 8 minutes gone, Muscle Warriors 0, Middlesbrough 0. No real direction from that pass from McNichol. Easily intercepted by Rickenshaw. Tough day for both of these sides. Next games for both of these teams. Muscle Warriors come up against West Bromwich Albion Dudley, who were arguably the team of the day across yesterday's fixtures. An 8-0 win over Nottingham Forest. Sorry, a 7-0 win over Nottingham Forest, an 8-0 win over Manchester City. Sam Mackay has an attempt at goal, and Jacob Vickers has to dribble that out of danger. The best chance of the game so far. So Muscle Warriors have a game against West Bromwich Albion Dudley. Next up for Middlesbrough, they have Leeds Dynamos, another intriguing matchup. So a corner kick as a result of that crucial Jacob Vickers save be taken by Umar Hanif. Good positional play and defensive work from Muscle Warriors. Kath McNichol will do well to get off a shot, certainly to trouble that of Rickenshaw and Jacob Vickers. It rolls straight out for a Middlesbrough kick-in. McNichol down to Umar Hanif, who attempts a pick-off through the defensive wall of Warriors. Just eventually gets locked up by Reece Mallet. Rickenshaw to Shay Murray. Trying to get some momentum on his pass. Shay Murray drawn into that action there. Could have and should have dropped off to allow Rickenshaw the space, and that's his last involvement for the meantime. He comes off in his place. The recently transferred in Parth Gakwad was operating within Brighton and Hove Albion's team in the Premiership last season. So intrigued to see what he can bring to this Muscle Warriors team. Looks like he's going to very much take the position of Shay Murray on the right-hand wing for Muscle Warriors, the left-hand side as you're viewing it. He's the number 13, just hugged closely by Sam Mackay, who will be involved here. Just trying to guide that goal bound, just gets locked up by Rickenshaw. Once again, contact between Umar Hanif and Rickenshaw. He deemed that to go in the favour of Umar Hanif and Middlesbrough. Surely he can't allow it to continue with this amount of contact. And a penalty kick will be the resulting factor. The referee just having a discussion with Jacob Vickers, and it James Found coming up from the goalkeeper area for the first time. I think he's left his defensive box all game, and he will be in charge of taking this penalty kick. He converted yesterday brilliantly against Teesside Steel. There was nothing their goalkeeper at the time could do to prevent him from scoring. That penalty, he went to the goalkeeper's left-hand side, so I presume he will utilise the same direction for this kick. So if I'm to predict it, it's going to go just in the inside of the left-hand post, which he absolutely does brilliantly. It's almost a reoccurring theme within Power Chef football with respect to penalty kicks. Whilst some players will chop and change their direction and they'll feint and they'll kind of rotate, some just practice getting it within one space, one certain area of that goal line. James Found every penalty, certainly I've seen him take, he's slotted it in the left-hand side. So with 8 minutes remaining, it's Muscle Warriors 0, Middlesbrough 1, James Found with the single goal. Cole Forster, during them celebrations, has come on. Umar Hanif, the player to come off. Interested to see what Cole Forster can bring to the game. Occupied as a central player for most of his minutes yesterday, but as has been mentioned, they chopped and changed a lot. For anyone watching commentary yesterday, their approach to game week 1, Middlesbrough, certainly talking to the coaches, Carolyn, Bean and Kath McNichol, I think they are planning for potential absences within their squad across the 5 weekends. So trying to test players in different positions to ensure that they can fill in for them absent players. Ellie Renton also on the court in place of Sam Mackay. Carl Forster just getting into position on this left-hand side. Just trying to work out what is happening. So Muscle Warriors are just making a substitution. I think they're going to take Jacob Vickers, their designated goalkeeper, off. And I assume Mitchell Goslin will now adorn that nicely patterned orange goalkeeper jersey. Just under 6 minutes left for Muscle Warriors to try and find that equaliser prior to the half-time break. Carl Forster hugging Reece Mallet off the ball here. If you give the number 6 the space, he will punish you, as he showed against AFC Bournemouth Warriors yesterday. Parth Gakwad given responsibility for the free kick down to Jacob Vickers. So Jacob Vickers now on the right-hand wing. Rikin Shah, the player who's left the court. So they line up as Mitchell Goslin, Parth Gakwad, Jacob Vickers and Reece Mallet. Nice to see Coach Alan Murray giving responsibility to Parth Gakwad in that central role. That's obviously so key to any and all teams within certainly the National League structure. It rolls straight to Reece Mallet, who just smashes the ball off the left-hand post. There was no real power within that shot. The accuracy is certainly there, but if you don't have that perfect balance between the two, it typically never really trouble the defensive duo of Middlesbrough. James Found comfortably having that left-hand post covered. So it remains Muscle Warriors 0, Middlesbrough 1, 4.5 minutes remaining, plus probably a minute or so additional time due to that alteration for Muscle Warriors a few minutes ago. Parth Gakwad down to Jacob Vickers, who flicks it across the court brilliantly to Reece Mallet. Not before contact from the Muscle Warriors number 7. It was a fantastic pass, but I think the follow through into the side of the Middlesbrough player deemed too forceful from the referee. And certainly for the games that I've watched, there's been more contact fouls in this matchup than probably all the others I've commentated on combined. Will we see any yellow cards awarded? There's no real malice in the contact fouls that have been given, but the persistence of them, our referee may want to have a word. James Found, goal kick. Catherine McNichol, the most obvious option on the centre. Jacob Vickers and Reece Mallet both drawn into that ball. Fortunate not to be a 2-on-1 in favour of Middlesbrough. We're going to get a substitution with 3 minutes left on the clock. Ellie Renton, I don't think she had a single touch of the ball, which is really unfortunate for her. In her place, Philip Dawes, who takes the position on that right-hand wing. Parth Gakwad down to Reece Mallet, lets it run across his chair. A brilliant pass over to Jacob Vickers, who puts the return pass over to Reece Mallet. Whether or not that was intentional or not, it was a fantastic opportunity there for Muscle Warriors. I think for Reece Mallet, he would have wanted Jacob to potentially try and attempt an effort on goal, as opposed to try and find the return pass. Mallet not quite in the position to receive or capitalise, but if that was Jacob Vickers' intention, a cutting, splitting pass, which I'm sure Muscle Warriors will want to see more of as this game progresses. Distribution and then diagonal passes for wingers and attacking wide players is so crucial. I referenced a game that I watched of West Bromwich Albion Dudley yesterday against, I think it was Leeds Dynamos, and Jack Gowder in that one, West Bromwich Albion Dudley, number 11, very much exhibits those distribution traits that I love to see in wide players. Carl Forster into the side of Mitchell Goslin's chair. James Found now advancing out of his box. Kath McNichol now taking the responsibility as the most defensive player for Borough. Pick off, goal bound from James Found into the side of Mitchell Goslin's chair. Parth Gakwa trying to dribble out of danger. Philip Dawes with a nice pick off back to James Found on the edge of the box. But Parth Gakwa with a crucial interception. Fantastic ability to keep that in play. Carl Forster trapped in that top left-hand corner. James Found within 3 metres of him, so an indirect free kick will be the result. Final 30 seconds. Parth Gakwa down to Mallet. McNichol quick to pressure the Muscle Warriors number 6. Carl Forster once again has to quickly vacate the vicinity of Kath McNichol. She dribbles into the box. Can she sweep her chair round the right hand side to trouble Mitchell Goslin? Good work from Parth Gakwa. Dispossesses Kath McNichol. Now mounts a counter attack. James Found with a little bit of contact. The ball has most certainly left the field of play, as signalled by our assistant referee Paul Pearson. Parth Gakwa with no time left on the clock, now into any time that our referee has accrued across this first half. Parth Gakwa to take. Reece Mallet in the box between Carl Forster and James Found. Very congested. He tries to let it run to Jacob Vickers, but now a counter attack for Middlesbrough. It's very square, surely going to be a 2-on-1. Philip Dawes not quick enough to vacate the space. Play allowed to continue by our referee. Fortunately for Middlesbrough, back to Kath McNichol, run across the chair, good pass from Carl Forster, now into the side of Mitchell Goslin's chair, and a really energetic end to this first half. Surely the last passage of play here with this corner kick. Carl Forster has Kath McNichol as the most obvious option. Philip Dawes closely marked by Jacob Vickers on the left hand post. Kath McNichol fires it into the goal to double Middlesbrough's advantage. A brilliant, well-worked set piece, and following that brilliant counter-attack spearheaded by Carl Forster, who's just getting the praise from Caroline Bean now. They're going to be absolutely delighted with that. Really difficult for Muscle Warriors, who have been competitive. They haven't necessarily been out of this game with regards to the quality, but the scoreline very much in the favour of Middlesbrough, who are already looking much brighter than they did in their fixtures yesterday. They're going back to the system they know worked. Was unlucky not to get them automatic promotion in the Championship last season. So yeah, great opening half of football. Please join me shortly for the second. Hello everyone, welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Muscle Warriors and Middlesbrough, currently separated by 2 Middlesbrough goals scored by James Found and Kath McNichol. So, Pathcat Quad with the ball. Can we get an immediate reply from the Hertfordshire-based team? They've adjusted in the half-time break, as have Middlesbrough. So to just go through them lineups now, starting in goal for Muscle Warriors, they have number 1, Mitchell Goslin. Back on the court, they have number 23, Rikin Shah. On the right-hand side, currently trying to dispossess Umar Hanif. We have Pathcat Quad on the left-hand side, as you're viewing it, Reece Mallet. In goal for Middlesbrough, they have James Found, who I think has played every minute of football for Middlesbrough this weekend so far. In front, they have Captain McNichol with wingers of Umar Hanif and Sam Mackay. Pathcat Quad with the ball. Well intercepted and controlled by Umar Hanifa, just cushions it into the path of Sam Mackay. Attempts an effort at goal, cleared by Mitchell Goslin, but the danger still appears to be there. Good early work from Borough, who are looking to take this game very much out of Muscle Warriors' hands. It's one of those fixtures and matchups that you can how it's placed currently at 2-0. The next goal could be absolutely crucial to the momentum of the tie. Another good opportunity for Middlesbrough. Kath McNichol has options in support. She fires it into Umar Hanif. Over to Sam Mackay, who's bitterly unlucky not to squeeze that in the left-hand post. A brilliantly well-worked set-piece routine. Kath McNichol to Umar Hanif, who flicked it as straight as an arrow down to Sam Mackay, who attempted the effort. As I mentioned in the first half, much brighter from Borough, who have reverted back to their traditional format and system, with Kath McNichol and James Found in the centre. What's been so brilliant about this weekend as Umar Hanif just tries to flick the ball over to Sam Mackay. Looking at results and teams and talking to players, there's 3, 4, 5 teams with title aspirations, and realistic title aspirations, I must say as well, which is so exciting. The competitiveness as Sam Mackay tries to find the gap between Shah and Goslin. Can't even get a sentence out. So much action in the opening 4 minutes of this second half. Sam Mackay with the pick-off back to Kath McNichol. The accuracy isn't there, so gives possession back to Muscle Warriors, but Reece Mallet can't get the connection on the ball. Yeah, as I mentioned, many teams will have title aspirations, and I think that was reaffirmed through performances both individually and collectively yesterday. Brilliant days from West Bromwich Albion, Dudley, Greenbank. Borough was strong, so it's really great to see Muscle Warriors very much in the mix, as are Leeds Dynamos, certainly with regards to the quality they have on paper. Translating that into results and points is another matter, but the fact that there's so many teams that want to chase for promotion, if not the ultimate championship crown, will only serve in giving us quality football across the 5 weekends. first bit real moment of respite for Muscle Warriors. They have possession in the Middlesbrough half. Reece Mallet again quickly taken, the accuracy not necessarily there, nor was Reece Mallet properly positioned to receive that indirect free kick, so out of possession for a Middlesbrough ball. Nice snappy exchange passes between Hanif and McNichol, just locked up in the centre circle. Rickenshire desperately trying to figure out a way past the Borough defence. Path Gakwood has to drop off, so Rickenshire very isolated, as you see how gated Reece Mallet and Path Gakwood are. They just kind of separate now as Rickenshire advances onto the right hand wing. Path Gakwood with the ball on the right hand side. Fired into the box, just comes off the back wheel of Rickenshire. Mitchell Goslin very advanced, a potential counter-attack opportunity from Middlesbrough as Sam Mackay finds Umar Hanif, who attempts an effort at goal. It managed to find a way through the chairs in the final third. The accuracy not necessarily there with respect to a shot on target, but for that shot to be unopposed was impressive, actually. It just rolled wide of the left-hand post. Sam Mackay starting to put some real nice passes together, starting to see him a lot more integrated and involved within the attacking phases of play for Borough, whereas yesterday very isolated as kind of a very advanced player. A lot of Middlesbrough's play across their games yesterday was locked up in the centre, if not their own defensive half, so seeing what he can exhibit is exciting to see. Path Gakwood now, 12.5 minutes remaining. Muscle with no real clear-cut chances so far this game. James Founders had a very easy job in defence as Umar Hanif just picks that off and dispossesses, but too much pace for him to control. Out for a goal kick. I think we're likely to see some alterations from Middlesbrough shortly. They'll want to preserve that 2-0 scoreline. I was just having the discussion off air during the half-time break with Norwich City coach Darren Hunter about kind of the utilisation of substitutes when a game is finely balanced, and whilst this game is not finely balanced, the alterations could upset the flow and the momentum of Borough, who currently are doing incredibly well to just prevent any and all Muscle Warriors chances. So whilst they'll want to use their substitutes, that would potentially risk their 2-0 scoreline. Substitution actually falls to Muscle Warriors as Rickenshire comes off. Looks like they're having a few alterations. Dylan Palmer's going to adorn the goalkeeper jersey. Path Gakwood comes off, as does Mitch Goslin. So 3 substitutions for Muscle Warriors, who are really going for it in the final 10.5 minutes. They have Dylan Palmer in goal, Shay Murray now on the right, Jacob Vickers on the left. I presume Reece Mallet will play that central role. This will be a crucial time for them to score, but dispossessed immediately. Just trying to understand what the referee has signalled. Straight away blew his whistle prior to that counter-attack don't think Umar Hanif was 5 metres away from that initial free kick. So, rightfully so, the referee pulls it back for a second successive indirect free kick. Once again taken by Shay Murray. Can he get a bit more accuracy? Jacob Vickers in nice space on this left-hand wing because Reece Mallett is fairly well locked up. He finds Jacob Vickers. The official on the right-hand side has waved his flag. Can't quite understand what Lee Brennan has awarded. Whether it was once again not 5 metres yet. Umar Hanif encroaching on the Shay Murray set piece, and he'll be lucky to escape a yellow card here. Any more surely will result in disciplinary action. Kath McNichol just coming over to have the discussion as well with our referee. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to the placement and positional play of Umar Hanif. So whether or not he was within 5 metres, or I would have to watch the stream again. But following that, Umar Hanif is substituted. A double change for Middlesbrough. Umar Hanif and Sam Mackay coming off. Carl Forster and Philip Dawes entering the fray. So Shay Murray into the box. Reece Mallett just locks it up with the front of his chair. Frustratingly for Muscle Warriors, number of Shay Murray and Reece Mallett drawn into that ball, was slightly unaware of the ball's placement. So a 2-on-1 awarded in favour of Middlesbrough. If the scoreline is correct, Greenbank currently lead Nottingham Forest by 6-0. An impressive scoreline for them as they look to continue an almost faultless weekend in their pursuit of that championship trophy. McNichol all the way down to Reece Mallett in defence, but a nice assured 180 pass up the court. A relieves pressure, but B doesn't find its intended recipient of Shay Murray. And looks like it did go out on the side, so will be a kick in as opposed to a goal kick. 7 minutes remaining. Next up on Court B, we have Norwich City against Leeds Dynamos. That's scheduled for a 25 past 10 kickoff. Hope you can join us for that one. Next up on Court A, Villa Rockets Lions take on AFC Bournemouth Warriors. The pace of this game has slowed considerably. Contact allowed to continue by the referee. Out of play for a Muscle Warriors ball. Catherine out of play. Out of play without ever entering. It's been a frustrating game for Muscle Warriors. They've chopped and changed a fair amount. As Carl Forster attempts an effort at goal, it has to be cleared off the line by Dylan Palmer, and Philip Dawes was very keen to try and attempt a follow-up effort. It probably would have served him to be a little bit more patient. It was locked up by the defensive duo of Reece Mallett and Dylan Palmer, so could have potentially had a corner kick. Ellie Renton now comes on in place of Philip Dawes, and hopefully she is a bit more integrated and involved within the attacking play for Middlesbrough this time round. She was on for only a few minutes in that first half, but had little, if any, involvement. Kath McNichol now does well to dispossess Shay Murray. Ellie Renton, you can see how wide she is on this left-hand side. Likewise with Carl Forster on the right. They just have to manage this game now. Not take too many risks in attack that would leave them potentially vulnerable to a counter-attack. But barring a Muscle Warriors goal in the next few seconds, which would then encourage them to find and equalise. It looks like it will be an opening 3 points for Middlesbrough, who managed to accrue 4 across their 2 games yesterday, so they'll be on 7 points ahead of their game against Leeds Dynamos later today. And should they come away with 3 points from that one, 10 points from that opening weekend, it will be a very credible and very much in line with their expectations. High expectations for the season, as they should. They were fantastic last season. Such a young, hungry side, spearheaded by Kath McNichol and Carolyn Bean. And very much the right decision for Kath McNichol. Carl Forster not necessarily on the same wavelength in that passage of play. But you see the space he had on the right-hand side, and had he been positioned accordingly to receive that, it would have almost certainly been a goal-scoring opportunity. Forster can't quite get the connection to trouble Dylan Palmer, but follows up his effort. Just seem to be rushing their set pieces and their play. Shay Murray just needs to maybe take a second or two to assess the options. That's a better one. Finds the front of Reece Mallett's chair, but guides the ball back into the path of Carl Forster. Ellie Renton brilliantly vacating the space, and he's going to try and dribble in it all the way through. Shay Murray, forceful contact off the ball there by Shay Murray. He'll do well to escape a yellow card from our referee here. Very lenient from our referee, as a contact foul is awarded to Middlesbrough. A minute and a half remaining. Shay Murray with a little bit of contact off the ball into the side of Kath McNichol. Needs to be careful, showing some frustration, and a miss hit from Kath McNichol actually gives possession back to Carl Forster on the left-hand wing, who does well to win a kick-in. I've already mentioned it, but a much improved performance and tactical approach from Middlesbrough, who have troubled Muscle Warriors all game with little to nothing in reply. So James Found has had the easiest job in this 40-minute game. Can they mount a late counter-attack? Talking of James Found, he comes out to brilliantly just limit the space, and Shay Murray reversing it into the side of James Found. Once again, contact from the Muscle Warriors, number 9. Could have easily had a number of cards in this game. Once again, Shay Murray lucky to escape one. Good work from Carl Forster to just weave round Jacob Vickers. Brilliant work from the Middlesbrough number 10. Late on, 5 seconds remaining. Would be hard to be pushed for a player of the match. Most of the Middlesbrough squad have all done a job in their respective roles. I think if I was to be pushed for a player of the match, it would have to go to Kat McNichol. She's just been cool, calm and collected, gaining her spot in the central position, and has dictated the attacking momentum of Borough, who are going to win this game 2-0 as the referee blows the whistle for full time. A lot of contact, very feisty game between the two, and Muscle Warriors will be very disappointed, certainly when compared to their performances yesterday. They've got another tough matchup against West Bromwich Albion Dudley later today, so an opportunity to learn from this experience, learn from the stubbornness and the experience of a Middlesbrough side that we've already mentioned will have title aspirations. But thank you to any and everyone that has joined me. Next up on Court B is Norwich City versus Leeds Dynamos. Next up on Court A, Villa Rockets Lions versus AFC Bournemouth Warriors. Hello everyone and welcome back to game week 1 of the 2023-24 PTC Therapeutics Championship here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, with the second game of the day, which will be contested between Norwich City and Leeds Dynamos. I'm delighted to be joined on commentary, second time?
Yeah.
By Mr. George Bernard.
Hello.
You all okay?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you.
Give me your thoughts from yesterday, from Norwich's games.
So, yesterday they lost 2-0 to Greenbank, which we weren't very pleased about, but then Greenbank have signed Kelly, and he was really good on the pitch. But then we did get a 0-0 draw out of Middlesbrough, which we were pleased of.
Yeah, we was just having a little discussion off air. Greenbank looked very impressive, so for the scoreline to be just that, I think you've got to take positives from it because they have very strong title aspirations. Likewise with Middlesbrough, the game prior to this one was just about to kick off. They had a dominant 2-0 performance over Muscle Warriors, who had a faultless Saturday. So if you take into consideration their other performances since the game against Norwich, there's a really good point that you secured from your games, as our referee Paul Yates blows the whistle to get things underway. To go through the team lineups. Do you want to do Norwich?
Okay, so in goal we have Jeanette Bergentel, and in the centre, Mike Coleman. On the left wing we have Johan George, and on the right we have Jack Fulcher.
Thank you very much. And for Leeds Dynamos, they have Hannah Hindley in goal, Amelia Chadwick in front, with wingers of Jack Humphreys and Seb Copeland. I commentated both of Leeds Dynamos games yesterday. They didn't quite find the right formula to unlock the opposition. They'll be looking to do that here today, as Johan George is pressured in that top-hand corner by Amelia Chadwick, who fires it straight out of play. Certainly from the games that I saw yesterday, I would probably call this one 50-50. Very hard to call a winner. Early pressure though from Norwich City. That attempted pass from Seb Copeland rolls straight out of play. Obviously we're both quietly hoping Henry can come on and feature heavily in this game for Norwich City.
Yeah, I think they're going to start off with Jack and Johan and see how it goes, so because we want to give everyone the chance they can get to play, because it's quite far from Norwich to Nottingham.
Of course.
And Jack didn't get the play he didn't want yesterday, so we just have to make it all fair.
Of course, but at the same time need to recognise that this is a national competition.
Yeah,
and you're here to win games.
And the regionals are for
more developmental stuff.
Yeah, and just experimenting.
Of course. One thing about Henry's performances yesterday, he was very isolated in attack. Probably had only a handful of involvements within both Norwich games. So if he does feature today, he'll be hoping to be more involved in the play.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be the key battle for this game. Amelia Chadwick, number 28 for Leeds Dynamos, against number 4 Mike Coleman for Norwich City. Already locked between the two players. Very close opening 4 minutes as Mike Coleman trying to find a way through Chadwick. Johan George in space on the left-hand wing if Coleman can distribute the ball out to that side. Good work from Coleman, persistent in trying to carve out an opening for Norwich City. And already in the first 4.5 or so minutes, they look a bit more proactive and bright, certainly compared to their games yesterday. Good pick-off from Johan George, puts pressure straight back on the Leeds Dynamo's defence. Leeds Dynamo's yet to, well, I think both sides are yet to register a goal in this season.
Yeah, well, Norwich actually haven't had a goal yet.
No, neither of Leeds Dynamos.
Have they not? So
no, they lost 2-0 against Muscle Warriors yesterday, and I think it was a 0-0 draw against West Bromwich Albion Dudley. So I think we will hear very loud cheers from the balcony above us if one of these two is able to score. Goals give you confidence, don't they?
Yeah,
they don't have to be pretty. As Fulcher has an attempt just wide of the right-hand post. Arguably Norwich's best attempt at goal all weekend.
Yeah, probably.
Really great chance. That will give Jack confidence. And what we was just saying prior to that, it doesn't have to be pretty, although that would have been. If they can just get that goal, it gives them the confidence to then build on. Disappointed from Seb Copeland, that just rolls out of play. He isn't able to make connection with a nicely distributed ball from deep. As Johan George comes over to take. Mike Coleman the closest option on his right hand side. Jack Fulcher somewhere between the chairs up the court. Well marked now by Amelia Chadwick. Leeds Dynamo's trying to pen Norwich in. Johan George puts it in the space, intercepted by Amelia Chadwick. Jack Humphreys has an attempt at goal, but no real power to trouble Mike Coleman. Doesn't go nearly as far as Jeanette Birkentel. Out for a Norwich ball. Coleman into Johan George, does well to just guide that initially past Jack Humphreys. As we have already mentioned, options on the bench for these sides. Norwich have Henry Bernard and Hannah Murgatroyd at their disposal should they wish to use them. Single substitute for Leeds Dynamos in Reece Stewart. Jack Fulcher needs to be aware of his placement with Mike Coleman. 2-on-1, rightfully in favour of Leeds Dynamos. They already look a lot brighter, don't they, George?
Yeah.
You've got to allow teams that grace period coming into a new season.
Yeah, so, yeah, you always have, like bad days, good
And that is a fantastic finish, just as we were discussing about Norwich's form. A momentary lapse in concentration allows them to open the scoring. And what a great finish it was as well. So with 12 minutes remaining in this first half, Norwich City 0, Leeds Dynamos 1. It was a brilliant finish from Amelia Chadwick. We saw a number of goals from her last season in a very similar manner. Disappointed for Norwich, who, bar that chance, have been very competitive in this game. Jack Fulcher now trying to mount the attack. Yeah, frustrating.
Just as Norwich were attacking, putting pressure on Leeds, they got that goal, which will give them confidence. and will put Norwich down slightly, but they'll still keep fighting.
Yeah, they will. I think there's some frustration in the Leeds Dynamo side. There wasn't many celebrations, was there? It was a very good finish. That we spoke about it being neither of these sides having registered a goal prior to this fixture taking place. So we thought any goal would give them a real lift. But very muted celebrations, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that Norwich are quite dominant in this game.
Yeah. It's cliche in football, but you can see the next goal playing a real considerable factor in the outcome. If Norwich can find an equaliser, preferably prior to the half-time break, you could arguably say they've had the better attacking presence and pressure.
Yeah.
It's just converting those chances. Just prior to that Amelia Chadwick goal is that Jack Fulcher chance, which we can now look at as saying is such a key part of this game. Had he converted, it's a completely different story, isn't it? And Johan George trying to squeeze it between Amelia Chadwick and Hannah Hindley. Good work from Johan George. Just unaware of where the ball is, readjusts accordingly. Has Mike Coleman in support on the edge of the box. Jack Fulcher well marked at the back post. Just goes into the side of Jack Humphrey's chair. Mike Coleman comes away, advances onto the right hand side, and Jack Fulcher does brilliantly to vacate the space. It's a very slow tempo to this game as Mike Coleman is going to try and flick that to the back of Hannah Hindley's chair. Amelia Chadwick there to sweep up the danger should it surpass Hindley. Across the box, blocked by the Leeds defence, not once but twice. It's good pressure from Norwich, spearheaded by Mike Coleman. Jack Fulcher now operating in that central position momentarily, while Coleman has possession on the right hand wing. Referee has the whistle in his mouth, plays advantage as Norwich continue to trouble Hannah Hindley. Good work from Norwich. Persistent, applying very high pressure, not letting Leeds Dynamos break. Johan George with possession on the left-hand wing. Hannah Hindley's been so busy in the previous 5 or so minutes, trying to prevent Norwich from getting any real momentum. Whilst it is predominantly in attack for Norwich, they're struggling to find the space to generate real goal-scoring opportunities. That was arguably one there from Mike Coleman. It's about drawing players, creating them overloads and trying to capitalise where the space appears. It's great to see 2 established Premiership players as coaches for Norwich and Leeds respectively. We've got Rosie Hodgson accompanying Darren Hunter on the left hand side, and Dan Rigby accompanying Liam Chadwick on the right. Would you ever go into coaching, George?
You know, I could. If I wanted to, I could. You never know.
I think you read the game superbly, so the more you learn about power chair football, the better you understand how to utilise players, and you do read the game very well, so I would certainly recommend you look into coaching opportunities in the future.
Yeah.
Is it something that interests you? That's the more important question.
Yeah, wheelchair football really does interest me a lot. Like, it was like 2 years ago, I went to a training session with Henry,
Yeah.
and I was really inspired by it.
Yeah, it's so amazing to see. You've very much been drawn into the amazing sport that is power chair football. But I suppose it gives Henry so much confidence as well. I know
Yeah.
how supportive your mum and dad are of you both, but the fact that you can have involvement and contribute, not just be a spectator. You're always first to put your name down for commentary, but going forward, if you can become a coach as well, or fill in, or try to learn coaching a little bit better, understand it, it'll be really good for both Norwich and you.
Yeah.
What about being a match official? Would you be brave enough to be a match official?
No chance.
Me neither. Me
No,
neither.
there's too much pressure.
Jack Humphreys now tries to dribble it in the right-hand post of Norwich City, but they clear their line. No, I'm with you on that one. I keep well clear of the match officials. Counter-attack from Leeds Dynamos. They're starting to pick their passes in the final third, and that is a great distribution from Amelia Chadwick to Jack Humphreys. Can't quite get the connection. Amelia Chadwick with possession once again on the edge of the box. Pick off from Jack Humphreys. Just takes a nick off the back of Mike Coleman's chair. And in that passage of play, Amelia Chadwick too close to Jack Humphreys, 2-on-1, which gives the respite to the Norwich defence. Coleman caught in two minds slightly with regards to where he wanted to put that pass. It just goes out for a Dynamo's ball. Quickly taken, puts pressure on Mike Coleman. Jack Humphreys with possession on the right hand side. Johan George has to try and dribble out of danger. He flicks it back into the path of Seb Copeland, who for some reason just lets that roll out wide. Jack Fulcher vacating the space. Mike Coleman very isolated in attack as Jack Fulcher just has to drop real deep to try and get that arc and take a position on the right hand side. Mike Coleman can't keep that in play despite a very credible effort to do so. 3.5 minutes remaining. Leeds Dynamos 1, Norwich City 0. A single Amelia Chadwick goal, the difference between the two. Seb Copeland brilliantly keep that in play, patiently waits and draws Johan George into the action. Contact allowed from the referee. Advantage played. Johan George attacking. Jack Fulcher switches wings. Johan George with the incredibly challenging task of evading the pressure of Amelia Chadwick. One of the most aggressive players in the Championship division. And I mean that in the best possible sense. What do you think the coaches will be saying to Norwich at the half-time break then, George?
I think they'll be saying, like, well done for keeping the pressure, but then when you lose it, you've got to get back, switch into defence mode. Like, you've got to be prepared for anything, because anything can happen.
Yeah, bar this late little spell from Leeds Dynamos, if there was possession statistics within power chair football, I think we would see Norwich with, 60-70%. They've certainly had more of the ball. Generating the chances and opportunities, another matter altogether. So I agree with you completely. They've done well to stay in this game. It was an unlucky breakdown in communication which led to that Leeds Dynamo's goal. So they haven't been outclassed. They're very much still in this game. And as long as they're persistent and can find them passing lanes and generate the chances, they'll almost certainly have an opportunity to get back into this. Jack Fulcher drawn into the action didn't allow the 3 metres needed. Paul Yates, our central referee, pulls it back for a 2-on-1. Something that he needs to, obviously, the more he plays, the more experienced he becomes. But Jack Fulcher's positional play has caused a few 2-on-1s in the favour of Leeds Dynamos across this first half. Be interesting to see if they opt to use Henry Barnard for the start of the second. Into the box from Johan George, just locked up by the chair of Mike Coleman. The referee blows his whistle for another 2-on-1. It's getting very congested, but I think this is a testament to how attacking Norwich are. They're committing 3 players forward at all times. Jack Fulcher, Johan George and Mark Coleman all deep in these Dynamos defensive half there. It may serve them to just stretch the play a little bit more and try to focus on passing. Quickly taken by Amelia Chadwick. One thing that Norwich will not want to do is concede a second goal, as we've now had the regulation 20 into any additional time that our referee has accrued across this first 20 minutes. Good work from Mike Coleman. Can he flick it back to Johan George on the edge of the box? Hannah Hindley putting up a very stubborn wall to prevent Mike Coleman from generating any real credible opportunity. Out for a corner kick if the referee allows, which he does. Surely the last passage of play of this first half. We have to be taken quickly by Johan George. Jack Fulcher unopposed at the back post, but finding the space and the accuracy to pick him out will be the challenge. Mike Coleman has an attempt on goal, cleared by Hannah Hindley. Had that not been the half-time break, it would have surely been another 2-on-1 as Jack Fulcher was drawn into the action. But thank you to all that have joined myself and George for the first half. We'll be back shortly for the second. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Norwich City and Leeds Dynamos, currently separated by single Amelia Chadwick strike. You join myself, Ryan Sipple, and my co-commentator George Bernard to talk you through the action. What are your thoughts then, George?
So I think Norwich were quite strong attacking wise in the first half, but then when Leeds got through, they didn't block them.
It was only really one.
It was like that one chance.
Exactly.
That Leeds, like the one big chance that Leeds have, they score. So it's like Norwich need to sort of like, they need to get past the battles and use that chance.
Yeah, in that half-time break we spoke about the positional play of Jack Fulcher. Once again, he's very fortunate not to be the recipient of a 2-on-1 infringement. Has to be aware of that. Mike Coleman is so active in going from left to right, forwards and backwards. So Johan George and Jack Fulcher both need to be very much on their toes at all times. You're absolutely right with regards to kind of them converting the one chance. You can look at that one of two ways. You can say that Norwich were the better team and had the better possession, but then Leeds, of that one chance they had, managed to convert, which ultimately, at the end of the day, is the most important factor, converting your chances, which Norwich are yet to do. They're yet to register a goal across game week 1, and I can't help but feel a goal for them will do a lot for their confidence, as there's an attempt there from Jack Humphreys.
And they've scored.
Double the lead, a really well-worked set-piece routine. Amelia Chadwick fires a diagonal ball across the box, and Jack Humphreys is there to put an easy goal across the line. Really unlucky from Norwich. Only 2 minutes into this half, and they're going to have to really reassess that game plan now, because what they have done in the 22 or so minutes that we've played has just not been effective enough, and they've got a metaphorical mountain to climb now.
Like as we said in the first half, the next goal from either side would give the most positive.
It will dictate the game, won't it? And I think we'll see that now. It will take a goal from Norwich within the next minute or so to try and switch to the momentum. But the difference with it now is, and I think you're seeing a different looking Leeds in this second half. They're committing a few more players forward, but they have the flexibility now to be more pragmatic and defensive and just invite the pressure from Norwich. Norwich had the game to chase, and Leeds need to take that into consideration. But we can already see it's going end to end, very expansive, unchanged from the sides that finished the first half. So we've got Jeanette Birkentow in goal for Norwich, Mike Coleman, Johan George and Jack Fulcher, and for Leeds Dynamos they have Hannah Hindley, Amelia Chadwick, Jack Humphreys and Seb Copeland. Amelia Chadwick does well. Once again, advantage played by Paul Yates, our central referee. Jack Fulcher needs to be aware. Just takes position on the right-hand side. Amelia Chadwick doesn't want to let anything through. That's better from Jack Fulcher, who vacates the space nice and early. And this time, a 2-on-1 in favour of Norwich. That's better. And Jack Fulcher's positional play there into getting out of the space as soon as possible contributed to this set piece being awarded. Now Mike Coleman has an opportunity here. The positional play of Johan George and Jack Fulcher isn't great. They're very close to one another. So any ricochet between the two could result in a 2-on-1. It gives possession straight back to Leeds Dynamos. And great distribution from Johan George out to Jack Fulcher on the left, who has to force a save from Hannah Hindley. we see, George, when they pick their passes in attack, they can create opportunities. If they start to revert to a more passing game, the opportunities are there to have. We had the exact same with the first half. Jack Fulcher had a fantastic opportunity to open the scoring, but was unable to convert. Very similar to that opportunity. Jack Fulcher once again drawn into the action. Do you know if there's a reason for him wearing a cap, or is it just a preferential thing?
Not at all. I think he just likes it. It's his style.
And it looks very good. I just wonder if it's impairing his vision and his awareness of other players slightly.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I did wonder why he started wearing a
I'm
cap.
looking at the front of the cap, and it kind of arcs over the sides of his eyes. And you need kind of 360 vision with power chair football. If your body doesn't allow, you have to be constantly moving your chair to assess where other players are, both teammates and opposition. And the 2-on-1s awarded against Norwich, for the most part, have been a result of between Mike Coleman and Jack Fulcher. Out for a Leeds Dynamo's ball. Chadwick to take. Seb Copeland, the closest option on that right hand wing, who Amelia opts to find not once but twice. Way too much pace on that return pass from Amelia Chadwick, who would have liked a little bit more precision. Possession given back to Norwich. Mike Coleman to take. Over to Johan George. Just cushions it into the side of his chair. The referee readies himself to blow the whistle. Jack Humphrey surely going to be the recipient of that 2-on-1. Too close to one another. Good decision from the referee. I think the referee's just getting all the players together for some reason. I think it's going to be to talk about the positional play. We've had so many 2-on-1s awarded in this game, and if that is what Paul Yates is currently doing, I very much commend it, because a lot of players are being... There's a lot of avoidable 2-on-1s is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
It's certainly awarded in favour of Norwich. Indirect, so has to go via the chair of a teammate. Mike Coleman to take. Jack Fulcher in a really nice position on the left hand side of the box as you view it. See Amelia Chadwick just limiting the option. A pick off in the box from Johan George, swept up by Chadwick, who's going to try and dribble out of danger. Jack Fulcher better there, just dropping off, knowing that Mike Coleman is there providing the defensive stability for Norwich. Switches wings. I think we spoke about it. It's an experience thing. The more Jack plays, the better he'll get with regards to his positioning, and you're seeing that throughout this game. Even though you're only using, I think what we had 30 or so minutes, the progression from the start of the game to where we are now, Jack is starting to find his rhythm, which is really good to see. Needs to be constantly alert, like positions like now. Mike Coleman is back in defence, so has to be aware. Now in attack, likewise with Johan George. Met by Amelia Chadwick. Jack Humphreys too close to the action there. Caught ball watching momentarily. Out to Seb Copeland. Flicked to Amelia Chadwick. Just guides it over. Jack Fulcher now dribbling out of danger. Ten and a half minutes remaining. Norwich City 0, Leeds Dynamos 2. Hannah Hindley is a very proficient goalkeeper. Gives so much stability to this Leeds Dynamo side. Good flick back from Johan. Likewise from Mike Coleman, who just completely feinted a shot, did the full kind of 360 spin to put it back into the path of Johan George. But Jack Humphreys now mounting a counter-attack. The Norwich keeper called into action for the first time in about 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to get a substitution for Leeds Dynamos. Jack Humphreys comes off, Rhys Stewart comes on, and similarly substitutes for Norwich City as Hannah Murgatroyd takes the position between the sticks. And the player we've been waiting to see, it only took 31 minutes for us to do it, is Henry Bernard comes on for Jack Fulcher. So can he add a different element to this game for Norwich in attack? As we've mentioned, has to be very much considerate of his positional play, considering how many 2-on-1s have been awarded. One thing I picked up with Henry, and we said it a few moments ago about scanning, he's constantly looking around him. Didn't quite get connection on the initial contact, but manages to keep it in play. Unfortunately, the decision goes against Henry Bernard in that exchange. Contact of the ball between Rhys Stewart and Johan George. But play will continue via Amelia Chadwick. Down to Copeland on the left. Good pressure from Bernard. He's going to try and flick it back. Mike Coleman very deep, so very few options for Bernard to aim at. But already just proving a little bit more dynamic on this wing. Put back into the centre of the court. Mike Coleman has to vacate, as Bernard does brilliantly to vacate Amelia Chadwick initially, but the number 28 for Dynamos quickly readjusts. Doesn't give up, does he?
No, not at all.
Still locked in a 50-50 between Henry Bernard and Amelia Chadwick. One of the best battles I've seen for such a sustained amount of time. Henry comes away with the kick in for Norwich. It will be taken by Mike Coleman. Johan George in space in the centre. Well intercepted by Hannah Hindley. Hannah Murgatroyd called into action for the first time this game. Good pass from Henry Bernard, but Johan George not quite positioned in a place to capitalise on that ball. Good pick off from Rhys Stewart to Seb Copeland on the left hand side. Mike Coleman will do well to keep that in play without putting too much danger on Hannah Murgatroyd in the Norwich goal, but does so brilliantly. Seb Copeland drops off, now met by Amelia Chadwick, trying to dribble up the court. That's the thing, Leeds Dynamos have time on their side now, so Chadwick is comfortable in just letting this be trapped to run down the clock for the final 6 or so minutes. Good work from Coleman, keeps it in play. Now just dribbles into the Leeds Dynamo's box, out for a goal kick. Must be a frustrating watch for the Norwich coaches. Just really struggling to break down Dynamos, who look a lot more organised than they did yesterday. Chadwick just lets it roll into the side of Johan George's chair. Going to flick to Seb Copeland, or certainly attempt to do so, restricted by George. Good work on the left-hand wing for Norwich. Flick back to Coleman, a little bit too square, but Johan George does receive the return pass, but can't quite generate an opportunity to trouble Hannah Hindley. And I think that is the ultimate issue for Norwich. They haven't had any real attempts on goal. It was actually a corner kick awarded in that exchange. That top right-hand corner slightly blocked off for mine and George's view. So fortunate for Norwich, but an opportunity nonetheless. Mike Coleman in the centre. Amelia Chadwick quick to pounce. And it rolls straight between herself and Mike Coleman for a Leeds Dynamo's ball. Amelia Chadwick. Henry Bernard intercepts into Reece Stewart. Mike Coleman now with possession to Johan George on the edge. Coleman trying to squeeze it through that very small gap in the Leeds Dynamo's defence. Henry Bernard. One thing I will mention, since them alterations, there has been no 2-on-1s.
Yeah.
A lot more expansive, a lot more open, and players more aware of their positional play. Saying that, could very much be a 2-on-1 now, as Johan George very much rooted to the spot in the centre. Explanation from Paul Yates. He hasn't signalled his rationale behind that decision. But 2 minutes remaining. It looks like Leeds Dynamos will come away with their first 3 points, of the weekend. Bernard back to Coleman, trying to get the pick off to Johan George, intercepted by Reece Stewart, but the miscontrol puts it back into the path of Johan George in attack. Attempts an effort on goal, feints to try and draw Hannah Hindley in. Trying to dribble first to the left, now the right. Options on the edge. Mike Coleman kind of wasn't necessarily positioned as well as he could have been to receive that ball. Allows Reece Stewart to put up a defensive wall. Final minute, George. Player of the match, please.
Well, it is really tough decision, but I think, well, Norwich have had loads of chances. They've had, well, like, they've been up attacking for most of the game, but then because of Hannah Hindley, they haven't got past.
No.
So I think I might give it to Hannah Hindley.
We've mentioned her a few times, but as just a reference point of how competent and proficient she is as a goalkeeper, she hasn't had too much to do. I don't think Norwich have had a credible effort on target. They've had a few that have just gone wide of either post in both the first and second half, but an excellent player that deserves full credit, not just for her performance in this game, but across Leeds Dynamo's weekend so far. Final 10 seconds. Chadwick to Stewart. Contact, just swiping into the side of Mike Coleman's chair. So we've had the regulation 20, now into additional time. It will be 3 points for Leeds Dynamos, who will take confidence ahead of their fixture later against Middlesbrough. But a late opportunity for Norwich at this corner kick. Despite them, the fact they'll go on to lose this game, a goal here could be huge for their confidence. If Johan George can squeeze it in the post, he can't, just wide of the right-hand side. And that's been kind of the reoccurring theme across this game for Norwich. But I think they'll take positives from this, as they do with all of their games. And that signals the end of the game. Norwich City 0, Leeds Dynamos 2. Thank you to any and everyone that has joined, myself and George. Thank you, George, for doing commentary with me again.
It was a pleasure.
If we don't do any more this weekend, game week 2, I'm locking you down.
Okay.
Thank you all.
morning, good evening, and good afternoon, whenever you're watching this match. I am your commentator, Troy Willicombe. This match is your 11:35 kickoff, I presume, between Muscle Warriors and West Bromwich Albion Dudley. I hope you enjoy this game. This is on Court B for the National League of the PTC Therapeutics Championship 23-24 season. Also, we have, at the same time as this game, you have Court A, which is Nottingham Forest and Manchester City. I will be back with you when we have kickoff. And as the referee calls the captains in, I am back with you. Your centre referee for this game is Mikko Villenson, I believe, from Finland, Mark Kerrison and Millie Bean. Amy Sherman and Reese Mallet going for the toss. So if we're going off the four on the pitch for each side, starting for Muscle Warriors will be Reese Mallet, Ricken Shah, Mitchell Gosling and Shay Murray. For West Bromwich Albion Dudley will be Amy Sherman, Amy Lee Julian, Laura Evans and Gardner. Unfortunately, I do not know his first name. As they say, if you're not prepared, that's your problem. The coaches for West Brom Dudley is Matthew Gilbert, respectively Alan Murray for Muscle Warriors. Referee checks with keepers. They are set. And whistle is blown to start the first half. Good territory kick-off there by Shah, but results in a West Brom Dudley kick-in, taken by Lee Julian. Curled round by Sherman. 2-on-1 there. West Brom Dudley ball. Amy Lee Julian to take this indirect free kick. Angles to take to Sherman. Bush is tightly marked by Mallet. She goes across to Gardner. Just lets him run behind him. Makes Shah reverse into the corner. West Brom Dudley attacking kick in around the Muscle Warriors box. Lee Julian to take. Gardner blocking off. Amy Sherman at far post. Lee Julian just bounces off the back of Gardner's chair there, but well controlled. Met by Gosling. Gosling leaves his box, but met by Lee Julian. Lee Julian loses sight of the ball and finds it by meeting Gosling. Switches it across to Sherman. Well cut out by Shah. Lee Julian. Gardner. Lee Julian. Interception by Shah. Back by Gardner. Just guided out of play by Gardner. Muscle Warriors ball. Mallet to take. Reese Mallet over this kick in now. Plays into Shah. Soft front bumper from Shah. Shot by Shea Murray. Murray and Lee Julian now battling in the far corner from me. Results in a Muscle Warriors kick in a dangerous position. Alan Murray just doing a little jig there in celebration. Shea Murray to take. Murray, Shah, straight into the side of Evans, back to Murray. Fortunately that front bumper was met by Sherman. Mika just signalling there that Laura Evans was just cutting off Shea Murray so he couldn't get to the ball, so it results in a Muscle Warriors free kick. Shah to take. Over to Mallet. Not quite got around it the way he wanted to. I believe both teams today have options on the bench. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the West Brom Dudley because I can't see them from the angle I'm sat. But for Muscle Warriors, they have Parth Gakwad, Dylan Palmer, and Jacob Vickers. Back to the action now. Lee Julian is met by Shah. Shah gets the better of her. Shah and Lee Julian now still battling away. Flicks out to Sherman. Rotated spin kick. Reese Mallet, he couldn't just wrap his chair around it in time. 16.5 minutes left, 0-0 still. Tightly contested end-to-end game so far. I believe that was Amy Lee Julian just being a bit overzealous. There, Rickenshaw capitalises on the poor goal kick. Evans does well though to shepherd out our play. Muscle Warriors very attacking so far. Some may say on top. Shea Murray to take this kick in right in the corner. Shah in the centre, Mallet at far post. Murray over the ball. Quite a soft effort there. Possible 2-on-1. It is West Brom Dudley ball. Lee Julian to take. Lee Julian plays across to Evans. Evans out from the back. But it only results in a muscle kick in. Mallet to take. Looks like Alan Murray on the sideline there has made his own fan out of his reserve goalkeeper top. Quite fascinating. Mallet into Shah. Off the back of Evans' chair. And ball from Court A has entered the pitch. Shea Murray with that resulting kick. Not quite where he wanted it. Lee Julian now. Gardner with a little flick. Met by Mallet. Rotated spin kick by Lee Julian but met by Shah. Just sprays it out wide. But only results in a Dudley kicking. Shah and Lee Julian there now battling as the advantage is played. Shah, Lee Julian, Shah comes out on top. Can he get around it? No, he can't. West Brom Dudley here absorbing all the pressure from Muscle Warriors. Definitely been the dominant team so far. Unlucky there by Shea Murray, just not setting his chair properly and the direction he preferred. Results in a muscle kick though, so they'll be happy about that. Murray to take. Rotated spin kick into the back of Lee Julian. Plays for another kick in. Murray to take again. Shah comes just a little bit closer. Goes behind Sherman just to confuse the defence. Comes back to his original position. Creeps forward. Mallet facing the goal that he's attacking. Shah with a flick, but met by Evans. Shah patiently waiting. Into the dribble. Good rotation by Muscle. Muscle ball again. Shea Murray to take. Rick Shah just telling Murray what he would prefer. Quite a quiet game at the minute for Mitchell Gosling in the muscle net. Commentators curse though. Sherman with the ball, well controlled. 2-on-1. Muscle Warriors ball. Good by the referee there, signalling just what he saw so the players could understand properly. Shah over this free kick. Shah. Murray. Murray shot on goal. Saved by Lee Julian. Not quite by Mellet there. Just needed to be a second quicker. Murray to take the resulting kick in. Rotated spin kick. Powerful this time. Mallet wasn't quite there. Mitchell Gosling now being called into action for the first time this game. Dudley kick in a dangerous area. Sherman to take. Sherman steadies herself. Strikes the ball. Straight into the side of Gosling's share. Lee Julian flicks it to Gardner though. Back to Lee Julian. Back to Gardner. Cut out by Gosling. Lee Julian. Side of Gosling's share. Rotated spin kick. Met by Shaw. Dudley ball though. Unlucky there by Murray. You can see he was trying to turn and take. Murray now to take this kick in. Into Shah. Shah on the dribble. Tries to get round Lee Julian. Murray drifts in the middle to support. Flick by Shah. Murray across, but met by Lee Julian. Murray and Lee Julian now. Battling away. Gone out of play by signalled by Millie Bean. Lee Julian now for West Brom Dudley. 9.5 minutes left to go. Who will come out on top first? Lee Julian rotated spin kick, but well met by Murray. Sherman now to take this resulting kick in. Lee Julian near post. Gardner far post. Sherman. Glanced by Lee Julian, but met by Murray. Just lost track of the ball there. Lee Julian to take the resulting kick in. Sherman blocking off the muscle defence here for Gardner at the back post. Gardner Oh, just wide. Good shot there by Gardner. Shaw. Lee Julian. Gardner. Lee Julian and Shaw now. Shaw. Bit forceful there, but the referee lets it play on. Possible 2-on-1 shouts there, but the referee didn't blow. Shaw with the flick. Dangerous into the path of Gardner. Sherman now couldn't get quite round it, but still results in a Dudley ball. Lee Julian now to stand over the kick in. Lee Julian. Glance by Sherman, but met by Shaw. Murray now takes a touch. Looking for the shot, but Evans is there. Evans and Murray now. Dribbling it out wide. Can Murray get the better of her? No, he cannot. It's a Dudley kick in. Shaw, Mallet, rotate, spin kick. Murray, oh, unlucky there. Mallet! Lovely back post finish by Mallet using the front of his chair. Unlucky there by Dudley. They've been solid throughout, but you could tell that goal was looming. The amount of pressure by Muscle Warriors here. Shaw picks it out wide. Sherman with the pick off, but only as far as Mallet. Mallet and Lee Julian now. Dudley kicking. Lee Julian. Ball met by Shaw. Cut out by Sherman. Shaw cut out the ball. 2-on-1 blown by the referee. Muscle Warriors ball. Mallet, cross goal, but met by Gardner, met by Sherman, tried to play the cross ball pass. Evans and Shaw now. Two on one for Dudley there. Murray in charge, a bit close. Gosling to take the goal kick. Gosling winds up, patiently waiting to find the right moment. Gosling. Side of Shaw, flicks on to Murray. Murray. Amy Sherman collide, but nothing resultant. Shot cleared by Shaw. Pass out wide to Mallet. To Murray. Murray, unfortunately, cut out by Gardner. Shaw. Bit forceful there by the two middle players, but referee allows play to continue. Shaw, Gardner flicks it out, met by Lee Julian, no. Rotated spin kick, oh, unlucky there by Mallet. Inches away. Good intentions though. Lee Julian and Mallet now. Lee Julian comes out on top, but only met by Shaw. Shaw, Lee Julian. Dribbling towards the muscle goal now. Lee Julian comes out on top. Gosling has to leave his line. Gardner, Lee Julian. Muscle Warriors kicking. Bit of a collision there between Sherman and Murray. Accidental, I'm sure. Poor goal kick. Made by Murray. Can he do pass? No, he goes for the shot. Wide of the right hand post. Praise from Alan Murray on the sideline as his team are showing promise and prowess throughout this first half. Just over 2 minutes left to play. Evans, Sherman, Lee Julian. Sorry, not Sherman, Gardner, my apologies. 2-on-1 there. I believe it's a muscle ball. Shah now to take the resulting free kick. Lee Julian now. Pass met by Shah, flick out by Shah. Only as far as Lee Julian though. Muscle ball to be taken by Shea Murray. Possibly into Shah here. Rotated spin kick. Met by Shah. Shah in the corner. Mallet in the middle. Bit congested in the middle there. Shah frustrated there. Missed his rotated spin kick, but results in a Muscle Warriors kick in. Take your time, says Alan Murray to his players, as they've got only a minute and a half left of this first half. No silly mistakes needed. West Brom Dudley kicking. Now, if you're bored of hearing my voice, you can always go over to Quarter 8 to watch Man City Nottingham Forest. Currently half-time, 0-0 to both sides. And commentary is done by Liam Ashton. Meanwhile, on Court B, referee plays advantage. Shah to Mellet, but Mellet just vacates the space, not realising that's where it was meant to go. Shah into Murray, no, cut up by Sherman. Lee Julian with the attempted shot there. West Brom Dudley kick in. An impossible dangerous area there. Good shot by Gardner, blocked by Mitchell Gosling. Another Dudley kicking in a dangerous area. Lee Julian to take. Sherman blocks off. Straight to Gardner though. Oh, just wide. Head in his hands there. He's been promising throughout the game though. Shea Murray now takes a touch. Looks to pass back to Shah, but couldn't quite connect. Shah now, with Sherman closely approaching. Shah, Evans, possible 2-on-1 there with Sherman. Rickin is patiently waiting for the clock to run down for the first half. Shah and Evans now. The far corner from me. Battling away. And half time in the West Brom Dudley Muscle Warriors game. 1-0 Muscle Warriors. Welcome back to the West Brom Dudley Muscle Warriors game. Referee Miko Villanson, I believe, has blown his whistle to start the second half. Looks like there has been a change in the Muscle lineup, with Mitchell Gosling still in goal, Rickenshaw, Mellit and Gakwad coming on for Shea Murray. Alan Murray looks like he's in disbelief right now, but happy smiley faces, he says. And looks like there's a change for West Brom Dudley as well, with Jack Westmoreland coming on and King Collins replacing Amy Sherman and Gardner. With West Brom Dudley having a kick-off here. Lee Julian now with the kick-off. Lee Julian into the corner, resulting in a kick-in for Muscle. Deep in their own half. Gakwad to take. Gakwad. Shaw. Shaw now. Resuming his battle in the middle with Amy Lee Julian. Referee plays advantage. Rickenshaw, unfortunate there to get around it. Bit of confusion there between Lino and referee. However, that was resolved into a Muscle kick-in instead of a Dudley kick-in. Gakwad. Shaw. Shaw across the box. Met by Mellit. Shot on goal, but cleared by Lee Julian. Gakwad and Collins now. The top of the area. Who can come out on top. Looks like Collins for now. Collins breaks down the right hand side for Dudley. Flicks it inside to Lee Julian. Jack Westmoreland now. Unlucky there. Possible 2-on-1. Shaw comes out on top. Flicks it out to Gakwad. Gakwad. Rotated spin kick blocked. Shaw. Mellit. Shaw. Lee Julian. Collins. Unlucky there by Collins. Just missed his shot. Jack Westmoreland with a shot on goal. Well saved by Mitchell Gosling. Shaw now. Ushering Mellit out of the corner. Got the room. Good rotation by Muscle Warriors here. Shaw patiently in the corner. Corner kick just glanced off of, taking a little nick off of Evans' back bumper here. Gakwad to take the resulting corner. Lee Julian and Evans just getting set. Okay, being given by the referee. Shaw. Tried the rotated spin kick, just hit his back bumper, resulting in a West Brom Dudley goal kick to be taken by Evans. Evans in the goal. Amy Lee Julian centre. Reece Mellit wide. Jack Westmoreland wide. Collins wide. Cut out by Gakwad. Gakwad now taking it into the corner, couldn't quite control it. Alan Murray now just giving some extra instructions to Gakwad there. Encouraging Mellit to come in. Westmoreland, Lee Julian. Good pass by Lee Julian. Break now for Dudley. Results in a Muscle Warriors kick in though. Gakwad. Shaw. Misses rotated spin kick there. Ends up being a Dudley kick in around their own box. Collins now. Looks to play to Evans, but it's got Gakwad tightly marking her. I would personally go to Lee Julian here. Or rechange my shape. However, Collins still remains the same. There's Lee Julian, but met by Shaw. The battle continues. He's going to come out on top this time. Looks like it. quite a stalemate at the moment. Shah comes out on top though. But it ends up in a Dudley kick-in, just taking a nick off at the front of his bumper there. Quickly by Lee Julian, but well cut out by Gakwad. Lee Julian now. Oh, here we go, Gakwad on the... I think the muscle players there were a bit caught in two minds as both players there were chasing the ball like a dog to a bone. Anyway, Collins now to take this dangerous set piece. Collins steadies himself. Soft pass to Lee Julian. She results to not be able to do much with that ball though, as he was met by Mellet. Flick out. Met by Shah though. Takes a touch, controls it. Slows the game down ever so slightly. Has to go behind Lee Julian. Bit of contact there. Kean and Shah flick out to Mellet. Mellet takes a touch down the line, drives down the line. Met by Lee Julian now. A mid Dudley goal kick. Flag being waved by Millie Bean. She just noticed a strap on Kean Collins' chair has come loose. We don't want to endanger anyone. Evans, left by Lee Julian, met by Shah. Shah now. Here we go, yeah, Amy Lee Julian. Oh, unlucky there by Jack Westmoreland. He had a game yesterday. He was on fire. I believe he scored 3 of the 5 goals they had. Or 4 goals. Anyway, back to the action. Muscle Warriors ball. Gakwad to take. Shaw in the middle. Mellet down the line. By hiding behind Westmoreland. Rotated spin kick but cut out by Shaw. Results in a muscle kick in around the Dudley box. Gakwad. Here we go now. Mellet. Oh, just in between the defence of Dudley there. They managed to control it so no one can pounce on the counter. Not counter, rebound. Bit forceful there by Evans. But Shah stays with her. Ball trapped between the two chairs. You can get out on top now. Shah in the corner. Flicks it out to Mellet. Mellet. Soft shot on goal, but it breaks for Jack Westmoreland. Takes it down the line, but met by Mellet. Go on. Jack Westmoreland goes down the line, but met by Shah. Unlucky there. Shah and Lee Julian. Back at it again. Bit of deja vu. Shah now dribbling into the Dudley box, played by Evans. Glanced off of Shah's back bumper. Jack Westmoreland to take. Straight into the path of Shah. Shah sprays it wide. Mellet rotated spin kick. Not quite caught clean. Shah with a pick off. Met by Lee Julian. Muscle. Whoa. Taken by Gakwad. Gakwad now. Looks like he's lined up to play down the line. Mellet. Cut out by Collins. Gakwad. Evans. Gakwad doubles it into the corner. No one quite there because Mellet was exiting. Alan Murray throws his hands up in disbelief there. He knows his team can do better. Furthermore, they've been on top this half though. Muscle ball. Gakwad to take. Shah in the corner. Mellet far post. Gakwad. Shah. Shah. Mellet keeps it in though. Shah. Rotated spin kick, not quite there. Back to Gakwad. Gakwad. Shah. Rotated spin kick, Gakwad. High ball, says the referee. Set ball now. Lee Julian and Evan. Lee Julian and Shah. Shah gets the better of her at this time. No, sorry, commentator's curse. Amy Lee Julian comes out on top. Shah dribbles across the box, dealing with that wall of a Dudley. Tries to flick it out. Mellet rotated spin kick, blocked by Lee Julian. Gakwad, bit close there by Mellet. Reckon Shah just gets there before anyone could attack that ball. 2-on-1, says the referee. Muscle Warriors ball. Jack Westmoreland throws his hands up in disbelief. Just over 9 minutes left to play. Still 1-0 Muscle Warriors. That was a loud bang on court, eh? Hope everyone's okay. Anyway, Gakwad. Collins. Possible 2-on-1 shout there. No. Just vacated in time with Gakwad in the corner. Shah shouts for it. Flick out. A little bit soft. Oh, unlucky by Mellet. Just inches away. But Gakwad to take again. Mellet on far post. Shah in corner. Shah sets himself. Make sure he can see. Just wider than near post. Frustrated groans coming from Shah. Evans now. Lee Julian. Met by Mellet. Oh, with a wild shot towards the goal. About a metre or so away. Substitution. Jack Westmoreland comes off. And number 11 for Dudley comes on. I will not be saying their name anymore because I believe I've got it wrong the whole time. I commentated yesterday and the first half, so I do apologise if you listen to this back. Shah, Lee Julian. Shah just couldn't keep it in play. Results in the Dudley kick in. About the halfway line. Number 11 now. Wants to play Evans. Dangerous. Just in time by Evans. Lee Julian sprays it to Collins. Collins, shot on goal, saved by Gosling. Gakwad into Shah. Shah on the dribble. Just slows the game down, looks for the flick. Wild effort there by Lee Julian. Gosling pumps it out of his goal, but straight to Lee Julian. 2-on-1 there. Gakwad to take. Mellet down line into Shah. Little glance there. 2-on-1 says the referee. Muscle Warriors ball. Sorry if you heard that bang. I've just been hit by the ball in court A. Shah to take the resulting free kick from that 2-on-1. Slight miss hit there. Met by Evans. Collins now sprays it. Met by Shah. Mellet from bumper. Into Gakwad. Met by Lee Julian. Shah tries to play it wide but only goes as far as Collins. Lee Julian sprays it. Rotated spin kick. From bumper by Evans. Shah now. Takes it nice and slow. Tries to get past Lee Julian, but Lee Julian gets the better. That battle keeps going through the middle. That's probably been the highlight of this match, is that battle in between the middle play of Muscle and the middle play of Dudley. Results in a Muscle Warriors kick-in. Dudley kick-in. Collins and Shaw now in the far corner battling away. Can Collins create a chance from this? Slowly in the corner now. Tries to flick out, but Shaw stays steady. Good flick by Collins. Miss of a rotated spin kick by Amy Lee Julian there. Mellett just needed to be a bit quicker there. Results in a Dudley kick-in. Just outside their own box. 4 minutes and 18 seconds left to play. Mellett on the chance. Mellett, can he double it around Evans? No, he goes to the corner instead. Unlucky there by Mellett. Oh, actually, corner, sorry, corner. Gagwad to take Mellett to far post. Shah in a central position. Gagwad, Shah. Shot just wide in the near post. Sorry, far post. Results in a Dudley goal kick with 3 minutes left to play. Evans steadies herself. Make sure everyone's ready. Not a clean goal kick by Evans, but Lee Julian picks up the scraps. Well driven out by Lee Julian to relieve some pressure. If you just heard that whistle noise. The scoreline on Court A was 2 to, I believe, Man City, and 1 to Nottinghamshire Forest. I will confirm before I leave the commentary booth. Back to our action though. Collins now with Shah towards the Dudley goal. Bit forceful there by Collins. Evans, Gagwad. Evans now. Just patiently waiting. Gagwad stays with her though. Gagwad gets the better of the Dudley number 13. Takes to the corner. Shah wants it. Shah punts it. Met by Evans though. Just over a minute left to play. Collins, wild shot. Met by the number 11, Dud. Oh, wide pass by Amy Lee Julian. No winger was there to receive. Ends up in a Muscle Warriors kick in. Mellett to take. Gagwad down line. Shah in the central position. Shah now. Glance to Gagwad. Rotated spin kick met by Evans. Mellett now. Gagwad. Evans. Muscle Warriors with an attacking chance here. Alan Murray looks away in disbelief. or stress, one of the two. Probably stress. Shah now with a shot near post. Just tries to get it, squeeze it between Lee, Julian and Evans. I would flick it out here, but he's determined to win something. Still in the corner now, trapped between the three chairs. Shah tries to work it free, and the minute failing to do so, he worked slowly. Still working it away. Still working. The Dudley will stand strong. Goal kicking resultant of all that. 10 seconds left remaining. Evans to take. Evans straight into Gakwad's path. Unlucky there by Gakwad. Shah. Evans. Met by Shah. Gakwad. Back to Shah. Wild effort there by Shah. Comes on to the Dudley kick in. Full time. 1-0 Muscle Warriors. Thank you. I've been Troy Willicombe. And enjoy.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Hello everyone and welcome back to game week 1 of the 2023-24 PTC Therapeutics Championship here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, where we are shortly going to commentate on a great game between Middlesbrough and Leeds Dynamos. Delighted to be joined on commentary for your first ever time by WFA chairperson Dean Williams.
What an honour. What an honour. Thank you very much, Ryan.
No,
I'm a bit nervous. I've heard all these people do this very, very well, so I'm hoping I don't let anyone down here.
I'll go easy on you, don't worry.
Please do.
But no, really excited to commentate on this one between two very similarly matched outfits in Middlesbrough and Leeds Dynamos. Both will have title aspirations and or expectations to be in the mix for automatic promotion. Early pressure from Middlesbrough, so things have been kicked off. We've got a ball on the pitch that we need to adjust. So to go through the lineups, starting with Middlesbrough, they have the familiar James Found in goal. In front, they have Kath McNichol with wingers of Sam Mackay and Umar Hanif. Leeds Dynamos have been fairly unchanged across their fixtures. They're going to have Hannah Hindley operating as the predominant goalkeeper, adorning that orange goalkeeper jersey. In front of her will be Amelia Chadwick with wingers of Jack Humphreys and Seb Copeland. So, have you found the weekend so far?
Oh, I've loved it. I'm just interested looking at this one, the Battle of the Trustees. Kath versus Jack.
It is indeed.
It's been a great weekend. Thank you, Ryan. I've loved it. My first experience of the championship in an official capacity as well. So, love some of the football and just engaging the whole community has been great.
Yeah, I was saying we was just speaking up on the balcony about kind of the feel-good factor around the division as Kath McNichol fires it in the right-hand post. Fantastic build-up play and clinical finish from the Middlesbrough number 7, who we was just referencing as one of the trustees of the WFA. She's certainly putting a good name to it there.
I think, I'm hopefully not going to get this stat wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's her 200th goal.
I believe that is exactly right. She scored one earlier, and I need to get on my social responsibilities to ensure that gets the full credit. I think with that, she becomes the 5th all-time leading goal scorer and very much the trailblazer for female representation, because I'd have to look at the list, but no one is close to Kath in the goal standings from a female perspective, so full credit to her. We will strive to ensure she gets every bit of credit and acknowledgement from the Power Chair community for that achievement. I mean, that statistic passed me by. I forgot that she scored a goal earlier. I knew she was within 2.
Oh, it's only because she reminded me. So I need to make a big deal of that now.
Yeah, absolutely. But what a way to get your 200th goal as well. Fired straight as an arrow into the right-hand post. And in the Middlesbrough still putting some pressure on the Leeds Dynamos defensive duo of Hannah Hindley and Amelia Chadwick just wide of the right-hand post. But a tough opening 4 or so minutes for the Yorkshire-based team. Umar Hanif with that resulting corner kick. Kath McNichol in support. Sam Mackay at the back post. Just taking his time into the box. Kath McNichol met by Amelia Chadwick. The ball just locked between the two chairs as Amelia Chadwick comes away with possession, but into the side of Sam Mackay and out for a Leeds Dynamos goal kick. Should they secure the 3 points from this fixture, Middlesbrough would have amassed 10 from their opening 5 games, which they will be pretty happy with. Apologies, of course, their first 4 games. So just that, them dropped points against Norwich yesterday in that stalemate 0-0 draw they'll be disappointed that they couldn't have got the 3 points from that, but they have tinkered a lot this weekend in anticipation of potential absences across the season, so a necessity to ensure that other players are best prepared to fill them voids if and when they occur. And Sam Mackay has an attempt at goal and it goes straight over the line. Nothing that Hannah Hindley could do to prevent Middlesbrough from doubling their lead. And I believe that is his first goal of the season. The young number 75, Sam Mackay. Full credit to him for that. Relentless pressure from Middlesbrough. Immediately at kick-off, intercept and mount a counter-attack. Any standouts for you across the weekend, either collectively or individually, that you've seen, Dean?
I mean, there's been some strong individual performances. I think, back to your point a few moments ago, Middlesbrough will be delighted. I'm sure that, you know, you always look at, from whatever level of football you play, you kind of look across and think that there were 2 points potentially dropped in that other game. It's been a very strong start. The first 6 minutes of this game, they have been relentless, absolutely relentless, in what I would have thought before the game would be an extremely tough game. There's still plenty of time left yet, of course, but yeah, it's tough for Leeds at this point.
Yeah, on that point, I did have a conversation after their previous game against Muscle Warriors with Seb Copeland, and he's essentially explained that they've had only a handful of training opportunities as a unit together. Obviously, Jack Humphreys and Seb Copeland recently joining the Dynamo side from the Chariots in the Premiership, so they've dropped down, learning to adjust to a new division with new teammates. Will need to be given time. Likewise with Reece Stewart, currently on the bench, has been promoted from their Centurion side. And a great chance for Jack Humphreys to try and get the better of Kath McNichol on that counter-attack. Seb Copeland unfortunately can't keep the ball in play to maintain the attacking pressure, but that's what they'll need to do with the players that Middlesbrough are committing in attack. The vulnerabilities and the space that leaves in behind for the potential counter-attack will likely be where any success comes from. Amelia Chadwick can't quite get the connection she would have wanted to find Seb Copeland on the left, which allows Middlesbrough to continue that press. Amelia Chadwick just stopping that ball from Sam Mackay going goal bound. Of the games I've watched, this is arguably the highest pace opening 8 or so minutes. I would be very surprised if this can be maintained for the full 40-minute fixture.
Good chance for Jack just a few moments ago, as you said, Ryan. It's Kath just getting that vital interception, then seeing the danger out. But there's an indication there that, as you say, if they commit too many players forward, then ultimately there will be gaps there as well.
So, an opportunity at this indirect free kick. Kath McNichol into Umar Hanif, who has an attempt at goal. No trouble for Hannah Hindley to deal with. He's going to try and dribble out of danger now, but met by Kath McNichol. The ball just trapped between the two chairs. Currently occupying it on the halfway line. Kath has to be careful of her advancements into that left-hand wing. Sam Mackay trapped, so potential 2-on-1. Had she not dropped off. James Found called into action for one of the few times so far this game. Found to Mackay. Cross. Jack Humphreys couldn't quite get control of that ball.
Just watched the previous Leeds game against Norwich a little bit earlier on today, and Hannah at the back, some of her defensive quality, which actually the first time I came here and watched and sampled some of the Championship, which is I think it was the penultimate weekend of last season. I remember her being exactly the same that day as well.
She is a fantastic player. I highlighted her performance on commentary and commentating with George Bernard, Henry Bernard's brother, for that Norwich game. He actually gave the Dynamos number 3 the player of the match. She did a solid job in the defensive areas of the pitch for Dynamos, which allowed them to then build on that foundation, ultimately getting the 3 points. So a real asset to this Dynamos side, and if they can start to improve on their chemistry and their game understanding as a collective, they will go on to achieve many things in this division. Prior to game week 1 kicking off, some did have them down as potential title challengers, and whilst they have struggled at times through game week 1, it's a long season. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There's so many games, so many factors in play. So what people need to probably take into consideration is the gap now between game week 1 and game week 2. We have, of course, a Power Chair World Cup in between, which means is all of our activity will cease, certainly at National League level in this country. So a few months for Leeds Dynamos to knuckle down in training and hopefully come back re-energised for game week 2. A few substitutions as we was just having a conversation. Carl Forster now on, looking like he will occupy one of the wide positions, as will Philip Dawes, Umar Hanif and Sam Mackay, the players that have come off. One of my standouts for this weekend has been James Found. Been absolutely incredible for Middlesbrough as that defensive goalkeeper, but has scored 2 penalties. They trust him with the role of penalty kick taker and has converted at 100% success rate.
He'll be happy with his weekend, won't he?
He certainly will. To know they've got him, and this is the first time, certainly this weekend, that I'm seeing him as the designated goalkeeper for Middlesbrough. Typically, of games last season, he was either wide or central, and they would utilise Umar Hanif as the goalkeeper. So that versatility factor plays a huge role in his development, and others acknowledging how impressive he's been.
It will be interesting to see the next weekend for both the Premiership and the Championship, because, as you've alluded to, Ryan, the understandable gap that's there and people being able to work on things. But of course, also you're seeing people look at the standards of other teams that they're competing against in the league. So I think it does give an opportunity, doesn't it, to really work on things like shape and technique and a few things they want to put right going into the next one.
Yeah, completely agree. So Kath McNichol with the ball on this left-hand side. Carl Forster, the most obvious option. She opts to just fire it down the line, and well worked from Borough, who now have a much deeper kick in to try and create a chance with. Once again, Carl Forster hugging the left-hand wing. Philip Dawes very expansive on the right-hand side. No real options for Kath McNichol. And she gives possession back to Jack Humphreys and Leeds Dynamos for him to potentially attack. Seb Copeland now in support, but Amelia Chadwick can't quite guide the ball over to her number 4 winger. Out for a Middlesbrough ball. James Found now advanced out of his box, and that's that understanding he has with Kath McNichol when he commits forward in attack. You'll see Kath McNichol drop off and occupy the most defensive role within the side. Found straight into the box of Dynamos. Good pressure from Humphreys to prevent that pass from reaching Carl Forster on the left. Over to Philip Dawes. lets it run out of play, sensibly so. Wasn't quite positioned to receive that first time, and knowing that no contact will result in a Middlesbrough kick in. Straight towards goal. Back wheel of Hannah Hindley. Forster now with an opportunity. It's just losing its pace a little bit this game, as it was always going to. The intensity at the start has served Middlesbrough brilliantly. Them 2 goals from Catherine McNichol and Sam Mackay don't have to commit too many players forward if they don't have to. Looks like it's going to be a contact foul from Paul Pearson. It's going to get a yellow card for Amelia Chadwick. Substitution, we'll see Philip Dawes come off. Frustratingly so, no doubt for him. Isolated, high on the right hand side, had little to no involvement. Be interesting to see if Ellie Renton can make an impact. James Found now occupying as the central player. Attempted pick off from Kath McNichol into the vicinity of Ellie Renton. Guided out of play by Jack Humphreys. Quickly taken by Kath McNichol. Just under 4 minutes remaining. Middlesbrough 2, Leeds Dynamos 0. The highlight, of course, that 200th National League goal for Kath McNichol. Thanks to my stat man.
Is that a promotion for me?
Yeah.
She took it well, didn't she, as well? I've not seen many of Kath's other goals, but I imagine that's one of her better strikes.
Oh, absolutely. It's one thing I always like about commentary is we're obviously talking through and watching the live action. Sometimes it's only when you re-watch said action across our YouTube streams at the end of the day that it provides a varied angle, and sometimes they're even better when viewed from up high. I've no doubt that one from Kath McNichol looked just as good, if not better, on the streams than it did in person, because it just fired through the defence of Dynamos off that right-hand post. Not just that, it was the timing of it so early in this game, and essentially dictated the tempo of the match since.
It's one for a scrapbook, I think that's for sure.
Good pressure from Cole Forster to just dispossess Copeland. High line by Dynamos. Hannah Hindley well out of her box, but does a good job to prevent Middlesbrough attack. You're watching myself and Dean commentate Middlesbrough and Leeds on Court B, streamed across the WFA's Matchday Live YouTube for anyone wanting to watch Teesside Steel against Sale United on Court A. That is streamed live off the WFA's specific YouTube channel. Just took a nick off the back of Kath McNichol's chair, so with a minute and a half or so remaining, Dynamos have an opportunity to halve the deficit, and this could really play a considerable factor in the outcome of the game if they can go into the half-time break with only a goal to chase. Cleared straight away, no real direction on that set piece. Final minute. Jack Humphreys met by Kath McNichol. Out of play.
While it's out of play, Ryan, just want to just mention that we've just been photographed by Alex, and what a wonderful job she does with her photography. Super, super crystal clear photos that, from our perspective in terms of helping to raise the profile of the sport, it is and it will be continue to be very important for us.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about the introduction of streams, commentary, imagery, and what that does for the profile of the sport, of the players, of the community in general is invaluable. And at the very centre of it is Alex Johnson, who I regard, she knows, as the absolute best in the business. And it's not just a case of having a good camera and come in and snap in, getting the right angles, the right timing. I've attempted a few times to photograph National League events or power chair football events in general. It is incredibly hard. She makes it look effortless. She really does.
And as do you with the commentary, my friend, as well. Despite my interference.
No interference at all. So that is the half-time break. Middlesbrough 2, Leeds Dynamos 0. As has been mentioned 2 or 3 times now, Catherine McNichol opened the scoring to secure her 200th National League goal before a well-worked Sam Mackay finish. Leeds having to regroup in this break, and hopefully they can come out with a bit of renewed energy for the second. Thank you to all that are joining myself and Dean. We hope you can join us shortly for the second. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Middlesbrough PFC and Leeds Dynamo's PFC, separated by 2 goals from Kath McNichol and Sam Mackay. We've had official confirmation of her 200th National League goal from the stream and match officials.
Made even better by the fact it came off the post. I think that always adds to the glamour of a goal.
They do. It's like the swish of a net in the running game. But as you've just heard, delighted once again to be joined on commentary by WFA chairperson Dean Williams. And I know you don't necessarily need the WFA chairperson. It's definitely Dean for anyone and everyone that meets you. But
yes, it is. Or as John Bolden said the other day, Dino.
Dino, is that a new one for you?
It's not a new one, but it's certainly new in my involvement here, but that's fine as well. There's nothing wrong with any of that.
I think you'll get a host of different nicknames.
I've been called far worse. Well, I have to my right Jono. Jono nearly panicked me, saying that maybe slight deflection off Kath's goal, which is why we had to check that, but I think he's winding me up. He's not been that easy on me for my first go at commentary. No, Jono's been brilliant, sitting right by my side.
Yeah, it's nice to have Jonathan Davis here at Game Week 1 of the Championship, filling in and supporting the West Bromwich Albion Dudley team in the absence yesterday of Dave Lewis, who was at St George's Park, finalising preparation for the World Cup, and Matt Gilbert, who is present today. So we have a bit more time with Jono across the day. Carl Forster with an attempt at goal blocked by Hannah Hindley. James Found just locked up by Hindley. On that topic, Dean, you attended England's training camp at St George's Park on Friday. What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, it was a joy to be invited in the first place, so to meet the coaching staff and the various setup they've got there, but also, you know, behind closed doors being invited to listen to some of the team meeting and the prep that they're putting into the World Cup. So that was brilliant to see, and what a great squad that we have that's going out there. And I know that's a very competitive environment, because there's a lot of people that have been knocking on the door with that as well. And you know, maybe their time comes in another tournament. But yeah, they seem set, happy, confident, which is good. And some of the play that I saw when we went into the arena was just superb.
Jack Humphreys just wide of the right hand post. Yeah, on that topic, whilst the level between the different divisions and national leagues is the smallest it's ever been, it does feel like there's just a considerable step up in quality when you see the 8 England players together training in preparation for the most highly sought after trophy in all of power chair football. I couldn't even comprehend the mixture of excitement and nerves, anticipation. But if they can play their football, we know they can be world beaten, current European champions. Whether or not you saw it last weekend, but some of the link-up play between John Bolden and Brad Bates for Aspire was exceptional, and if that's kind of a little flash in the pan insight as to what to expect down under, there's a lot of exciting football to be played, and very much expectations that they'll go far.
I think Colin and the coaching staff have the job of choosing who starts the first game, but I'm sure all of them will get opportunity. But the one thing that was very noticeable,
brilliant goal from Sam Mackay.
Decent finish that.
It really was. Oh no!
Oh, it's
disallowed. Must have been a 2-on-1 prior to that link-up play to Sam Mackay on the right, so it remains 2-0.
Leeds still in the game. Yeah, I was just saying that I think from an options point of view, which is exactly what you want going into a major tournament, they have lots of option and choice to bring into the England team, even the ones that don't start. So I think, you know, that looks like a really decent blend.
Yeah, on that topic of years gone by, I think it was always a a fairly set starting four for England, as Kath McNichol just has an attempt at goal. Yeah, it was always typically a set starting four for England. They would go with that 1-2 pivot of Chris Gordon and John Baldwin, and then typically it was Ed Common and Marcus Harrison, but the quality and depth we have now poses a real headache for the coaching setup of England. We've got 8 quality players travelling to Sydney, but beyond that, we've spoken about it a few times, the different levels within the English game now, certainly as a pathway to the England senior side. You have the England development squad, essentially kind of like a reserve, serves as the reserve squad for the national team. You've then got the National Emergent Talent Programme, supported and fed by 3 regional emergent talent programs. So at any one time you've got 50, 60 players on the FA pathway, all fighting for one of those 8 spots.
I think what was interesting about the camp, I was only there on the Friday, but of course the development squad joining and using that as competitive training in that camp. And I think that tells you, doesn't it, that if it's not that competitive, then of course you'd look for other ways of fulfilling that as the national team. But of course that isn't the case. So there's definitely there a lot of competition for places, and people as part of the process of running a national team and selecting the squad. The reality is you're going to disappoint some people, and other people will be over the moon. But that doesn't mean that opportunity is not given to people going forward.
No, we spoke about it in our most recent podcast episode, the topic of players and receiving disappointed news with regards to international selection. Dan Rigby, who's actually the coach of Leeds Dynamos, one of those players in question. Himself, Lewis Harris and Dylan Kelsall were all in and around the World Cup, the England squad, preparing for Sydney, but were all unfortunately unsuccessful in their selection. So we're going to get a penalty kick here. Must have been contact. Our conversations are distracting us somewhat from the action, but James Found converted 2 penalties already this weekend. Both times have gone to his left, the goalkeeper's right. I assume he's going to go for the same direction. I think Hindley is very much aware of that. 3 penalties taken, 3 penalties scored, 100% success rate. You can tell why they put their goalkeeper on penalty kick duties, because he just doesn't miss.
He's had a good weekend, hasn't he?
He really has. And at the conclusion of game week 1 of the championship, we will be running a team, as we always do, a team of the weekend poll, where you can vote for your standout performers. In addition to that, we have the introduction of the individual standout performer, an award where you can acknowledge and nominate one single player who you believe to be the top performer across game week 1, as well as the unsung hero, where you can shine a light on a player who's contributed significantly to their team's success or performances across the weekend, but may often get overlooked for some of the higher placed teams and players respectively. So Middlesbrough 3, Leeds Dynamos 0. Tough game for the Yorkshire-based side, who haven't really got out of first gear. It was that early goal from Kath McNichol which kind of set the tone for the whole fixture.
I think that's the thing, isn't it, Ryan? It happened so early that it really has set the tone of the game. It's been very difficult for Leeds from that point onwards, and Middlesbrough, let's be honest, have been very professional in terms of the way that they've approached this, and at the moment there's still time obviously, but it looks very difficult now for Leeds.
So Middlesbrough yet to concede at game week 1. A perfect defensive record. Full credit is owed to James Found for that fact. And barring some late drama. They will take 10 points from their opening 4 fixtures. Just 2 dropped points to that 0-0 draw with Norwich, where I think they will be the first to acknowledge the fact that they were testing and trialling a lot in that game in terms of their tactical approach, which probably hindered their game plans and ability to get the 3 points over the line. But 10 points is not a bad start to the weekend. We've already emphasised the fact that it's a marathon, not a sprint. We've got a lot of football left to be played. Well intercepted by Amelia Chadwick. Less than 10 minutes remaining in this one. Next up on Court B, another brilliant fixture between Norwich and West Bromwich Albion Dudley. That the penultimate game of the day on Court B before Sale United take on Manchester City. Manchester derby between the two.
That could be interesting.
It could be. It could be. It should be a great game. I think they're very similarly matched. I think Manchester City just secured a brilliant 2-1 win over Nottingham Forest to get their first goals and points on the board. Roars of jubilation around the Lee Westwood Sports Centre as that first goal went in. That's what it's all about. They're obviously competing at the National League for the first time. And talking to some of their players, they didn't have very many expectations or didn't set many goals across the weekend, knowing that they would have trouble dealing with experienced opposition. So they set themselves the ambition of scoring 1 goal. So they've not only scored that 1 goal, they've got 3 points in their pursuit of safety as well. So congratulations to them. Corner kick for Middlesbrough will be taken by Umar Hanif. Kath McNichol closely marked by Amelia Chadwick. Ellie Renton now on the court at the back post. Good ball from Umar Hanif, just controlled by Kath McNichol. Chance to break now via Amelia Chadwick. Seb Copeland just drops off, so the Leeds number 28 very isolated. Tries to weave around the right hand side as you're viewing it around James Found. Kath McNichol quick to get back into the defensive structure of Middlesbrough, and they prevent any real danger from Dynamos. They've done it so brilliantly all weekend.
I think you mentioned the word discipline, Ryan. I think that's exactly that's. I use the word professionalism. I think discipline is a better word to use about Middlesbrough. Certainly across this weekend, and it's been very evident in this game as well. Even an attempt to sniff at danger, it's snuffed out very quickly.
Potentially a goal there. Kath McNichol did brilliant to avoid that ball rolling inside the right hand post. Amelia Chadwick was quick to pounce on the ball, but coolness personified from Kath McNichol, who had no problem just ushering it out of play. Leeds Dynamos will come away with the corner kick. Hannah Hindley, a very deep option, but now Jack Humphreys, probably the most presentable on the edge, quickly marked by Umar Hanif. Kath McNichol just guides it out of the box into the path of Jack Humphreys. Contact between the chairs allowed by our referee Paul Pearson. A chance to break. Ellie Renton down on this bottom left hand corner. Good positional play from Umar Hanif. It's effortless for him. Hanif just trying to flick it back to Kath McNichol. Good defensive work from Hannah Hindley, who's never wavered, relevant of the scoreline. Umar Hanif into Hannah Hindley, just patiently letting it roll out of play. They've got just under 5.5 minutes to go.
I feel like I should apologise in advance to Umar based on the fact that I might be experiencing his chair in a little while.
You absolutely will.
And I can't vouch for the lack of quality that will be present in that chair. Thank goodness for Umar and Middlesbrough, it's only a temporary measure.
Yes. Yet, for those unaware, Dean is yet to experience power chair football from a player's perspective. So we're keen to get him in a chair to throw him in at the deep end. We've spoken about how in awe you are and inspired you are by the sport. Your appreciation will no doubt be heightened once you just see the sensitivity of it.
There's no question about that. I don't feel like I need to be in a chair to experience that, because my absolute awe of everything about the game itself in terms of the way that's structured, but also the tactical awareness and the skill level of the players is incredible. I just hope we're not streaming it.
I'll make sure Alex puts up a graphic.
Yeah, that's not good. If we use that in the wrong context, that's a terrible advert for power chair football.
The right idea from Umar Hanif there, just to try and stay in reverse. The 180 spin kick just mistimes his connection.
Jack Humphrey's being spoken to there. It's his birthday weekend as well. That wouldn't have left him with a lot of cheer, but it sounds like that's just a talking to.
Yeah, Paul Pearson, a very experienced official, knows how to manage a game, as shown here. Just positioning Philip Dawes to ensure he's 5 metres away. Reece Stewart now on in place of Amelia Chadwick. 3 minutes remaining. Kath McNichol with possession. Flicked across the box. A real good chance here for Umar Hanif into the side of Jack Humphrey's chair. Pick off from Hanif to McNichol. It goes to Seb Copeland, who's happy to let that roll out of play for a Leeds Dynamo's ball. Taken quickly. James Found has to readjust. Humphreys intercepted by Umar Hanif. 2-on-1 in favour of Middlesbrough. McNichol down to Hanif. I think she tried to switch the play there to Philip Dawes. Fortunately is allowed to regather her mishit. Stewart to Copeland. Down to Dawes. A nice pick off. Back to McNichol. A late charge from Umar Hanif. Good positional play from Hannah Hindley to stop Umar Hanif in his tracks. Flicked into the box to Kath McNichol. Very effective at finding Kath McNichol during that passage of play. The Leeds Dynamo's defence was condensed. Play will resume with an indirect free kick, the 2-on-1 infringement, as we tick into the final minute of the game. Dean, I'm going to push you for a player of the match.
Oh, I'm going to have to say Kath. I mean, it's a milestone, right? But I do think, in all seriousness, I think that goal has set the tone for the game. It's been extremely difficult for Leeds since that moment. Really, it's given them a great platform, and you know, whereas I see Leeds as not just, but as a very effective defensive unit. I think when you go behind that quickly in a game, it changes the structure a little bit. So Kath McNichol's my player of the match.
A very good choice indeed. I think I gave her player of the match in their earlier win over Muscle Warriors. So, and for very similar reasons, she's key to most things that Middlesbrough do, both in attack and defence. Certainly when she occupies as that central player.
There's an experience there, isn't there, across the whole court? You can see that.
And it's a nice balance because Middlesbrough have one of the youngest sides in terms of average age, and having that experience from Kath, as well as obviously coach Carolyn Bean, who's not just a superb coach but a world-leading official. It can only help in benefiting this young team in understanding the game. Not often have Middlesbrough given away 2-on-1 infringements, and I think that's within the core learning of any Borough players, that positional play and awareness, which is no doubt a result of that coaching. So full-time commiserations to Leeds Dynamos. Congratulations to Middlesbrough. They secure the 3-0 win to cap off a fantastic opening weekend in the 23-24 season. These Dynamos have a chance, as myself and Dean mentioned, to regroup in this gap between now and game week 2, come back with a bit more understanding of each other's game plans, and hopefully can get back to winning ways and challenge at the top of the championship table. But thank you from me. Thank you, Dean. Hopefully the first of many.
I'd love to do this again. It's really, really good. And you shout out back to you. You get embarrassed by these things, Ryan, but your commentary, and you were very much lead there. Let's be perfectly honest about it. But no, pleasure to be involved. And again, in case I've not got around to see everybody yet, hello to the whole community. And you'll see him as a very familiar face at all of the weekends.
Sounds great. Thank you, Dean. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the penultimate games of game week 1 of the 2023-24 PTC Therapeutics Championship here at the Lee Westwood Sports Centre, where you join myself, Ryan Sipple, and my first time co-commentator, Jono Davis.
Hello everyone. Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Ryan?
I'm not bad at all. I've enjoyed a fantastic weekend of football.
It's been a fantastic weekend.
So we're just about to commentate on West Bromwich Albion Dudley versus Norwich. I was saying on commentary for the game prior to this about your involvement this weekend supporting the Dudley side in the absence of Dave and Matt Gilbert.
Yeah.
Obviously Matt's back on the touchline today. Ahead of Millie being just about to blow the whistle, what have been your thoughts on this Dudley team?
So it's been good. They're quite a new side because the Dudley team went into like a bit of transition over the last couple of years with multiple players moving up to the Frostles team, John Dixon, Ollie Rock, myself. So they're quite a new side, and full credit to the players and Matt Gilbert and Dave Lewis because they've done a terrific job with them so far.
I completely agree. I was blown away with them yesterday. We can talk about their results in more detail as this game progresses, but an opening 8-0 win against Manchester City, not the best gauge point. Obviously Manchester City, a very new team, but a 7-0 win over Forest, a 0-0 draw with Dynamos before that unfortunate defeat to Muscle Warriors. That being said, the results of their previous 2 games haven't necessarily gone their way, but bar probably Greenbank and Borough, I'm hard pressed to find a team that's operated better as a collective unit than Dudley this weekend, and they'll surely be in consideration for certainly their players for team of the weekend.
Oh yeah, they've got a terrific team. You've seen, especially he's on the bench at the minute, but Jack Gowder's been unbelievable all weekend. Great passing ability, and for somebody so young, it's really a pleasure to see.
It was that point exactly. It was your game against Dynamos yesterday. I was watching Jack Gauder, and when he came on for Jet Westmoreland for the second half, he just completely revolutionised the team. As Jack Westmoreland has a chance to score now.
Unlucky.
Hannah Murgatroyd and Mike
Saved
Coleman.
by the keeper.
Yeah, they have to readjust. But yeah, Jack Gauder, a really exciting player. So should he manage to come on in this fixture, myself and Jono will be playing close attention just to go through the exact team lineups of this game. Dudley start with Laura Evans in goal, who has impressed me a lot this weekend following her recent transfer from St George's Knights. Amy Lee Julian just in front, playing that central role with wingers of Jack Westmoreland and Amy Sherman. For Norwich City, they have Hannah Murgatroyd in goal, Mike Coleman and Johan George, with Henry Bernard on the left.
Have you seen any of Norwich's results this weekend?
Yeah, I've watched a number of Norwich's games. They haven't necessarily hit the heights that they would have wanted, which has, I know, frustrated the coaches, Darren Hunter and Rosie Hodgson. But they've been hard to break down, and they will take a lot from this weekend.
Yeah, when I was playing at this level about 2 years ago, they've always been a team it's really hard to break down. Very, very good defensively.
Yeah, so they opened with a 3-0 defeat to Greenbank before a 0-0 draw with Middlesbrough. And whilst you can't read too much into a 0-0 draw, it's taken Middlesbrough's follow-up fixtures to really show how good a point that was. That's the only points that Middlesbrough dropped across this weekend. Other than that, a fairly faultless start to the championship season for them.
I mean, Borough should be one of the teams that are pushing to get out. They've just come off a 3-0 victory off Leeds Dynamos, and they were absolutely unbelievable in that fixture.
They were. You was next to myself and Dean for that one, and Leeds Dynamos just didn't trouble them at all. And Middlesbrough almost cruised to to 3 points and a victory. An early goal for Kath McNichol set the tone, and since that they had no trouble dealing with Leeds Dynamos. And Leeds Dynamos are no pushover, as Dudley know.
I don't know. It was an end-to-end game when we played Leeds Dynamos. It was almost like they'd have an attack, we'd have an attack. It was a really good game. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, very much so. So 2-1 in favour of Norwich City there. The ball fired over to Amy Sherman and Amy Lee Julian, too close to the action. So Hannah Murgatroyd will resume play with a indirect free kick. Amy Sherman on the left-hand side. This time, once again, Amy Sherman, Amy Lee Julian need to be very much aware of their positional plays and their vicinity to one another. Maintaining that 3-metre distance will be key for the progression of play. Henry Bernard, likewise with Mike Coleman and Johan George there, both drawn into the same ball.
Good ball.
That is a really unlucky chance.
Really
it really was. They carved them open and just wide of the right-hand post.
Lovely two-touch by the number 6 as well to really open up the play over to the far winger.
Yeah, completely agree. I can just see up the court we have one of the Dudley coaches, Dave Lewis, fresh from St George's Park, packing up for the Power Chair Football World Cup.
He's come directly from St George's Park as well.
Can't fault the commitment, I could tell by the England attire. Jack Westmoreland.
Good pass. Amy Lee Julian's play over the weekend and reading the game has been absolutely amazing.
I would be hard pressed to find a better. So we were just saying on commentary a minute ago, alongside the Team of the Weekend poll, we now run 2 additional awards of Standout Player and the Unsung Hero. She could very much be in for consideration for the standout, surely.
She's come on leaps and bounds. Obviously, she come from Aston Villa about a year ago now, and she's absolutely come on leaps and bounds.
It's her confidence, I think, that has just grown substantially, and you're seeing that within her game. I think she got maybe 5 or 6 goals across their games yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was 6.
So, not only is she scoring goals, she's creating them as well.
Her angles have been brilliant.
They have, exactly. That's the perfect word.
The angles have been amazing.
There's the perfect example, isn't it? Just the diagonal splitting pass to her wingers. And we referenced Jack Gorder. It was her initial passes yesterday which set away Gorder on the right-hand side.
She's also very good in contact, where usually with power chair football it's usually one or the other. You've usually got really good angles or you're very good in contact. So she's a very well built player.
She certainly doesn't shy away from the physical side of the game, which is so crucial for central players.
Her anticipation as well has been brilliant. Really good anticipation, getting into the gaps, picking off to the far wingers. It's been good.
Well kept in by Jack Westmoreland. Beautiful pass over to Amy Sherman on the opposite wing. Now Amy Lee Julian fired into the back wheel of Mike Coleman. Johan George can keep it in play, but just the persistent play of Amy Lee Julian is a pleasure to watch.
I think what I'd have done there, I would have let Jack rotate over to the far wing and done a full rotation, so Amy could have got into them corners and they could have flicked out and recycled the play.
Yeah, very possibly.
Good play by Mike Coleman there.
Yeah.
Good ball, Amy Lee Julian.
Yeah, very good ball. Amy Sherman not quite in a position to properly receive that. There was a lot of pace on it, so she would have done incredibly well to keep it in. But it just highlights the points that we've been making, finding them angles and her distribution being such a key asset to this Dudley side.
Also, you've got Jack Westmoreland on the far wing there. He's got tremendous power, tremendous power. He can really hit a ball across the box, which is a great asset towards Dudley.
And I think that's what I referenced on commentary yesterday when I watched your game against, or Dudley's game against Dynamos. For the first time ever, not ever, but it feels like this Dudley team is more of a unit than it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, you have strength and depth. You know you can bring Kean Collins on, you can bring Jack Gorder on, and it will not weaken the team. If anything, would potentially and could arguably strengthen it. They certainly across this weekend have been really effective when they've come on.
Yeah, I think that goes back to my point where I said at the start of commentary, it's full credit to Dave Lewis and Matt Gill, but the way they've got them playing, this is only like 2 years in. As I say, the Dudley team went through a transition of players moving up to Brussels to go and further themselves in the Premiership. So to get Dudley playing like this, 2 seasons in, it's full credit to them.
And on that point, and you will be able to talk about this in a bit more detail, the Regional Emergent Talent Programme, we deliver one in the North, the Midlands and the South, and not only are you a participant and a current member of the Regional Emergent Talent Programme for the Midlands region, Dave is the coach.
Yeah.
Everything you're talking about in terms of how he's transformed the side and that it's kind of night and day compared to how they was 2 years ago. I can see that. Beyond impressed with his ability to coach both individual players to ensure that they're getting better, but a team as a unit and a collection of players.
He's helped, even me, he's helped out, because he was in Brussels when I first moved to Brussels, a year before he went to what we call WBA PFC, which we call the first team, but he was so helpful in helping me adapt to the Premiership and the speed of the Premiership. So helpful, lots of knowledge and lots of experience to help me in that first season. You can see why he's such a good coach.
Yeah, and you can see what he adds to the England senior team as well in that experience. And he very much deserves his spot on the plane to Sydney in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that one season when he was with Brussels, he was absolutely tremendous in that season.
The one before the transfer into West Bromwich Albion PFC.
The one before last.
I couldn't agree more. He was arguably, he should have been disappointed he was overlooked for player of the season that year. And
goal of the season. He scored some crackers.
Yeah, he got it last year though, didn't he?
Yeah. But a terrific player, and to be able to pass the knowledge.
And that, I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, as Mike Coleman fires the ball behind Amy Lou Julian to open the scoring, arguably against the run of play. But it is Norwich who go 1 goal to the good with 7.5 minutes left of this first half.
Full credit to Mark Coleman. He did ever so well to find that gap in between Amy Lee Julian and Laura Evans. He did good strike of the ball as well.
Yeah. Back to my point on Dave, and I said I hope you won't mind me saying this. Dave is 40 years old, and he's at the top of his game. So any players that feel that age is the perfect barometer to gauge your success, I think he's the perfect example to say no, as Henry Bernard has another attempt at goal, almost doubles Norwich's advantage in quick succession. Yeah, very much a crucial interception from Laura Evans. The danger's still there.
Good flick by Mark Coleman.
Still goes goal bound. Amy Lou Julian has to try and prevent that. Really attacking stance now from Norwich, who are looking to rally late in this weekend so they can leave with their heads held high.
Well won by Emily Julian in that battle. Well won.
Yeah, she's gone from one side of the court all the way to the other. Jet Westmoreland rooted to this bottom left-hand corner.
Amy Lou Dillon has been absolutely everywhere this weekend for Dudley.
She has. Could you imagine if there was a heat map for players within power chair? It's obviously something we're continuously trying to do, is ensure that statistics are tracked and acknowledged as we get our first substitute of the game, the one that both myself and Jono were calling for. It's a double change. We've got Jack Gorder on the left-hand side, Kean Collins on the right, so they're very much chasing this game. This is a different wing to which Jack Gorder was operating yesterday, so intrigued to see if he can have that same impact. Oh, straight away.
Good pass by Jack Gorder.
Yeah, straight away, the accuracy in that passing evident.
Going back to your point with the age being a restrictor, we've also seen it on the other side of things with Dan McKellen going to the World Cup at 14, so it works both ways.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You're seeing 9, 10, 11-year-olds now compete at the very top. I think Henry Bernard, just in front of us, being marked by Jack Gorder, is 10 or 11 years old, and he's an established National League player and one of the brightest talents anywhere in the country. It's such an exciting time for young players in this country, but on the flip side, as we speak about, that should not deter you if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, because the sport, it's a level playing field, the sport now. The ability of the strike forces and the rules and the opportunities mean that if you're good enough, you'll have the opportunities to play at the highest level.
I mean, that's the beauty of this sport, it being open age, because it gives younger players if they're good enough, to play at the highest level possible. As referenced, Dan McKellen being part of the 8 is going to Sydney in a couple of weeks. So
yeah, Jack Gorder just trapped in that left-hand side. Didn't quite know where to drive to ensure the 2-on-1 wasn't awarded against them. Wasn't able to do so. So Mike Coleman will take this resulting free kick. Henry Bernard to the right. Johan George marked by Jack Gorder on the left-hand side. Can we get a late rally from West Bromwich Albion? Dudley. Intercepted by Gorder.
is it a retake for not obeying 5 metres?
Very potentially. Millie Bean just having an adjustment to Kean Collins' foot plate before play continues. Any other players caught your eye across the weekend, Jono?
Number 75 for me, is it Sam Mackay?
Sam Mackay, yeah.
Looks very, very talented.
Another, I think he's 10 or 11 years old. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, as well, we got Jack Westmoreland as well. Also a very talented player.
I think just to our left, Greenbank currently 1-0 up against Villa Rockets Lions. Their starting four of Ellie Curran, Jacob Butch-Platt, Luke Kelly and Liam Ashton is one of the best starting four in the Championship side I've ever seen.
Luke Kelly's a very talented player. Know him fairly well from his time with obviously West WBA PFC.
Yeah.
Very talented player, got a tremendous passing ability.
Amy Lee Julian guides it down to Jack Gorder on this left-hand side. Has to be careful of his positional play. Needs to drop off just a little bit more. No, Greenbank will certainly be in consideration for that title.
Yeah, 100%.
It looks like they're going to come away with barring anything, a late rally from Villa Rockets Lions. I think they're going to get maximum points from their fixtures this weekend. That's a real statement of intent.
And with Luke, if they do go up with Luke Kelly, it'd be a great asset to have in the Premiership with that experience as well.
Yeah, completely.
Like kicking for Norwich.
Yep, final minute.
No, sorry, I think it's a corner. Sorry.
Yeah, final minute Corner kick. Johan George the taker. Into Mike Coleman. Lets it run across the face of his chair. Jack Gordon now distributes it nicely into the path of Kean Collins. Wasn't quite advanced enough to receive possession. Goes out for a Dudley ball.
The thing is with Jack, he's got the accuracy, but he's also got tremendous amount of power as well as the accuracy across. So his overall game is coming on leaps and bounds.
Yeah. My only advice, I think, from observing him closely across game week 1 is just that physical element that he needs to adapt to. It's a very physical division, and it's a steep learning curve for some players.
I think it comes with experience and knowledge and experience of the game and confidence that you can take the players on.
Yeah.
Obviously, when you get older, that fear of getting hit with the chairs sort of goes, and when that happens, he'll be some player.
And you know the person I'm going to reference for that? Amy Lee Julian.
Yeah.
She's the one that has grown in confidence. The older she's got, the more experience she's got, and she does not shy away from that contact element within power chair football, but also has the distribution. So a really good person for Jack Gorder to learn from. They go into the half-time break, 1 goal down, but
very much against the run of play, I'd say.
Very against the run of play. Neither side has really created many credible opportunities. A fantastic finish from Mike Coleman, we have to give it credit, but still very finely balanced, and I've said it many times across commentary this weekend, almost cliche. I think the next game will decide the outcome and set the tone for the remaining 20 minutes. So thank you to all that have joined. Myself and John O join us shortly for the second half.
ball over the line an awful lot. What's the sticker bit? That's a new bit for me. I understand the classification bit. What's that about a sticker on the chair? Okay.
No, it's part of the regulations that you've got to display your classification status on the back of your chairs.
So have you got one to point out now?
Yeah, the red sticker.
Okay.
Let me show you.
Yep.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the second half in this fixture between Norwich City PFC and West Bromwich Albion. Dudley, you join myself, Ryan Sipple, and my co-commentator Jono Davis for the action. All good, Jono?
I'm fine, yeah. Excited to see how this second half's going to play out.
Yeah, so am I. Still very finely balanced. I think we mentioned it off air. This Dudley team more than capable of getting a result. A lot of quality on show. Breaking down Norwich, easier said than done though. So 20 minutes for them to decide the fate of their final game of game week 1.
Contact against Mike Coleman there. Dangerous free kick for Dudley.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they've worked on their set pieces. Amy Lou Julian's going to take responsibility for it. She's got Keane Collins very close. Jack Gorder on the left-hand side. She fires it over to Jack Gorder, who tries to squeeze it between Hannah Murgatroyd's chair and Mike Coleman. But just wide of the right-hand post from our angle. Almost looked like it was in, didn't it?
Great effort by Keane Collins though. Great contact.
Can generate some power, can't he?
Oh yeah, that's one of his
that is a sorry to interrupt. That is a fantastic ball from Johan George to put Henry Bernard away. And from one attack to the other, you see how critical and how amazing counter-attacking football can be in the sport of power chair football. And that ball from Johan George just evaded Laura Evans, who couldn't do anything to restrict it from going into the path of Henry Bernard, and he had an open goal to aim at, so they double their lead, and Dudley are going to have to do something special now to get back in the game.
Especially with Norwich's defensive record.
Yeah.
One thing was that it's great game awareness for the number 8 to have the mindset to shoot there at such a young age. Some players would have been scared to shoot, especially at that age. They'd want to look for their next pass.
Yeah, little to nothing phases Henry Bernard. Had the pleasure of commentating with his brother George, just to get an insight into Henry and his playing style, and the confidence that he has at such a young age will only serve in ensuring that he's one of the country's leading players for many years to come. Exciting times ahead. And they have to defend now, Dudley. Johan George to take. It has Mike Coleman closely marked by Jack Gorder. Henry Bernard, that goal scorer, on the right hand side. To Coleman. Across the box. Henry Bernard has an open goal to aim at. Brilliantly defended by Amy Lee Julian. Otherwise, surely a third goal for Norwich.
And brilliant dribbling to get out of that situation as well.
Yeah, when you take the results and the scores at face value, you could do the same for Dudley's defeat against Muscle Warriors or their 0-0 draw against Dynamos. It doesn't do Amy Lee Julian's individual performances justice.
I fully agree. She's, as I said earlier, she's come on leaps and bounds. Her distribution is, it's really come on leaps and bounds, like picking out the wingers. And she was really good in the Dynamos. Sorry, she was really good in the Dynamos game, but she was really good against Muscle as well. But unfortunately, they had a range of chances, just couldn't score.
Yeah, I think we're seeing similar traits in this game. They haven't really tested Hannah Murgatroyd in the Norwich goal. Can they do so now? Kieran Collins fires an effort goal bound, but it's a very tame shot. Hannah Murgatroyd has no trouble in just guiding that into the side of Mike Coleman's chair.
The thing is with Amy Lee Julian, she's always looking for the passes. Always.
That bravery, you can't teach that. That has to come from, that hunger has to come from within. It's going to go wide of the right-hand post, but better from Dudley, just starting to find them passing lanes and build a little bit of momentum. They're going to have to be far more clinical in the final third if they're going to trouble the Norwich defence, as Henry Bernard sends it towards the Dudley goal. This game is starting to open up a bit, so whether we start to see some expansive passing.
Good distribution from Laura Evans at the back there to play first time instead of taking a touch.
A player that for me will be very much in consideration for a spot in the team of the week, if not unsung hero, because she's been in goal, and it can be a reoccurring theme with goalkeepers. Their performances can sometimes get overlooked because they're not grabbing the goals, they're not grabbing the assists, but the job they do is so crucial to serve as that foundation for their outfield players to use as a foundation to build on.
I really like the fact that we're doing the unsung hero, because I mean, Amy Wharton got it last week for the Premiership for us, and
so I run that, and I was organising the team of the weekend poll, and I thought, what can we do to highlight your Amy Whartons? Amy Wharton was in the team of the weekend, and rightfully so, but to individually acknowledge her, she could have been present in any number of teams in the 22-23 season, but it'll be interesting to see who the community vote for as that unsung hero, because I would very potentially vote for Laura Evans.
I think I would as well. Going back, this is where Lisa Walker's going back to Amy Wharton. She's such a good player to have in the squad. Her understanding and her defending on top of the box especially is absolutely outstanding.
I think that's an understatement, Jono, and you can speak from direct experience being a teammate of hers, but she adds something so special to that Throstle side, who will have very high expectations this season because they were so brilliant last year.
I think, in a way, last season we all sort of shocked ourselves in terms of where we finished.
It was a new look side though, wasn't
Yeah.
it? You spoke about Dave departing for West Bromwich Albion PFC, as well as some of the, I think it was Ollie Rock's first season in the Premiership.
John Dixon's first
John
season.
Dixon, so many players either dropped out or stepped up that it was the unknown. But now you feel like a real settled side, not even mentioning Lucas Christo, who transferred from St George's Knights.
What a transfer that's been, by the way.
Oh,
He's been
absolutely.
unbelievable.
He's one of the most competent, proficient central players anywhere in the country. So,
And also with Amy Wharton to have that experience, because although I was a year ahead of the likes of Ollie Rock and John Dixon in terms of being in the Premiership, I was still quite new to it myself. Still
of course,
trying to
you've
learn
got to allow that adjustment period,
Yeah.
because the Premiership, whilst the Championship is a fantastic level of football, the Premiership is a step up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're going from the Championship playing these upcoming young players to then the Premiership playing the likes of Ed Common, Chris Gordon, Dave Lewis, Marcus Harrison. Obviously, all the 8 that are going to Sydney playing the Premiership. So
Of course. So, Gorda with the ball. Norwich City 2, West Bromwich Albion Dudley 0.
unlucky flick by Amy Lee Julian. You can see what she was trying to do, just didn't quite execute the flick.
Lee Julian. Just contact between Kean Collins and Henry Bernard. It's given the final warning to Kean Collins, who's been told a few times to just calm down.
In terms of experience, at this level, Kean is quite experienced as well, because he was in the squad with the likes of me, John Dixon, Ollie Rock,
Of course.
and as well Jack Ebanks was also in that squad, who's
Yeah.
now with us.
Great diagonal pass, a trademark mark of Jack Gorda's over to Kean Collins on the right hand side, has led to this corner kick. He does it so effectively, almost effortlessly.
That long corner in the sport of Power J football, if you can execute it right, it's such a deadly corner.
It really is. It really is, but I think teams are becoming more aware of that. So are positioning accordingly. Good pass from Henry Bernard to Johan George on the alternate wing.
Good play.
Not only that, another one,
Unbelievable pass.
an even better pass to Johan George, who couldn't quite prepare himself to best receive that. Less than 10 minutes remaining in this game. Johan George, dispossessed by Jack Gorda. Kean Collins, over to Gorda, back
Good
to Kean
pass.
Collins. This is great short exchanges between the two wide players of West Bromwich Albion Dudley. Laura Evans advanced out of book, so Amy Lee Julian has dropped back.
Good touch by Laura Evans there. Driving towards the corner. Good
Yeah.
rotation from Dudley.
Yeah, this is what you was calling for in the first half.
Kean sort of needs to come more towards the middle, I'd say.
Yeah, it needs to be very much needs to be aware of that positional play. Otherwise, a 2-on-1 will be awarded in favour of Norwich. It nearly is. If it wasn't for Mike Coleman dispossessing Laura Evans, and an opportunity now for Norwich City. Fired back to Johan George, to Coleman on the left-hand side. Rotated spin kick, and an unfortunate deflection of the back of Laura Evans' chair is brilliantly dealt with by Amy Lee Julian. George.
That's
Chance now. Jack
Good ball.
Gorda trying to pick out Kean Collins on the left, continuously rotating which wing each player operates on. Gorda currently on the right, Collins on the left.
I think it's been really good with Dudley this. As I say, I've been helping with them this weekend. There's always been some angle of wingers. The options have been good for Amy. Yeah, that she hasn't been that isolated, which is a good step up for them.
Yeah. So we've just had the ball from court A roll on to ours. So Amy Lee Julian will be allowed to retake this kick in. 7.5 minutes remaining. Norwich City 2, West Bromwich Albion Dudley 0. Mike Coleman and Henry Bernard the goal scorers. Gorda intercepted by the scorer of that second.
That's
and
a great flick.
It really was a nice flick, but well pressured by Mike Coleman.
Did that go for a corner?
I think so. I think so. Now, should they score here, it could be a really interesting end to the game. Got just under 7 minutes. An attempt on target from Gorda, dealt with initially by Murgatroyd. The follower pick off from Laura Evans.
That's where communication is so important within our sport.
It is. I think all three, in terms of Kean Collins, Amy Lee Julian and Laura Evans, were very close to one another on the right hand side of the court, as we're going to get a Norwich substitution.
And Dudley substitution, Jack Gowder for Jack Westmoreland.
Yeah, and for Norwich City, I think Jack Fulcher has come on for Johan George. His first involvement, passing back to Mike Coleman in the centre. Henry Bernard takes control of the ball, tries to distribute it, and does so brilliantly out to his winger on the right hand side.
As we resume with a goal kick for Dudley.
Evans down the court to Mike Coleman. He's going to try and pick out Fulcher on the right hand side. I do like it. You've obviously got the experience of Hannah Murgatroyd and Mike Coleman, and the young talented wingers in Henry Bernard and Jack Fulcher. They'll only get better the more they play for Norwich City. Amy Lee Julian with the kick in on the left, fired diagonally out to Kean Collins, who attempts an effort at goal, and potential for Jack Westmoreland to squeeze it in the left hand post. Brilliantly defended.
Good idea by Jack Westmoreland to go in front bumper there. Really good move by Dudley.
Yeah, it was well worked, but equally as good defending from Mike Coleman to keep the score at 2-0. Murgatroyd out to Fulcher, good distribution back to Coleman in the centre, trying to guide it into the path of Bernard, but as has been a reoccurring theme that Jono and I have mentioned throughout this game, Amy Lee Julian absolutely everywhere to restrict the advances of the opposition.
Again, that rotation I was on about earlier coming into full effect there, with Kean Collins rotating to the other wing and Jack Westmoreland coming through to the centre. Good pick off by Kean Collins. Needs to watch the positional play. You looking forward to going to Sydney in a couple of weeks' time, Rob?
I very much am, Jono. A lot of work to do between now and then to make sure that it's a success, but once in a lifetime opportunity.
It's going to be some competition. I'm speaking from obviously an English point of view.
Yeah.
Some of the talent that we've got in the squad, and even some of the talent that missed out on the squad, really speaks volumes of how the
Yes,
talent is growing in England.
yes, that's the perfect point that you reference.
I mean, players like Dylan Cowsall, Lewis Harris.
Yeah, Dan Rigby. Three players that we referenced in, myself and Dean referenced in the commentary prior to this game. The fact that that's how good our talent is that's missing out on the 8. Not just that, they'll be incredibly disappointed they weren't able to secure one of those positions, but if they can stay hungry, continue to develop and grow as players, as individuals, they will be in and around the England setup for many years to come.
I think that's also the beauty of having like the setup we have in England with the development squad, the RETPs, the NETPs. They're all around, like with the development squad, they're going to be playing in some type of international tournament along the line.
Yeah, I mean, underneath the England senior team, I think you have 40 or 50 players within the FA talent pathway, all kind of itching to be one of those 8 senior squad members. So full credit to the Football Association for that. They've created a very efficient, effective, talented pathway that feeds the senior side, and you've seen that with the likes of Dan McClellan and Tyler Reeve, who only a couple of years ago were playing at regional emergent talent programme level. They progressed at a fairly unprecedented rate through the system, and now they're going to be representing their country at the biggest competition in the sport.
Tyler Reeve was absolutely amazing last weekend, especially now he's got Ed as well. Him and Ed, their link-up play was absolutely amazing.
I've seen Tyler Reeves do things on the football pitch I can't even comprehend. I've never seen anyone do the things he does. And it just speaks to the development of the talent across this country.
I mean, by far, we've got one of the strongest development squads, well, in the world, really.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say, I'm not sure how popular this will be with some of the other countries, you could put England's development squad into that World Cup competition and it would have very high expectations of going very far.
Yeah. Are we the only country with a development squad?
No, I'm sure other countries have their version of development squads. Jack Fulcher has to evade the space there. He does so brilliantly. No, I'm sure a number of other countries have their version of development squads, reserve squads, youth squads. Ireland, Republic of Ireland, Scotland all have senior sides and developmental sides. But in terms of its comprehensive nature, in terms of what we offer as a country, I think we're world leading.
I mean, but again, that comes from playing in the Premiership, because players in the Premiership, even if they're not in the development squad or anything like that, are still very, very good players and very talented players. So the talent pool in England is something else.
Millie Bean blows the whistle for full time. Norwich come away with the 3 points to take home with them. Dudley will be disappointed, but looking at the weekend as a whole, many positives to take for this young, new, hungry side.
Dudley have had a fantastic weekend, and I'm sure that they'll be not disappointed with that result, but lots of positives, but also lots to work on in between now and I think it's November for the Championship. Right?
It is indeed. So a lot of work for Dave Lewis and Matt Gilbert to get on with. So, but anyway, thank you to everyone that has joined myself and Jono. Thank you, Jono, for being my co-commentator for the first time. As I've said a few times to other people, hopefully the first of many. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope you have too.
Thank you for having me.